Κάτι άλλο, επικοινώνησα με τον Αντιπρόεδρο. Μου είπε ότι θα ήθελε, αν είχε την ευκαιρία, να απευθύνει χαιρετισμό. Του είπα ότι θα μπορούσε στην αρχή της Στρογγυλής Τράπεζας, αλλά δεν το επιβεβαίωσε, οπότε προχωράμε business as usual. Αν μπορέσει να έρθει, έχει καλώς. Αλλιώς θα προχωρήσουμε. Αυτά.
Ξεκίνησε η μετάδοσή μας.
Dear colleagues, welcome to the fourth session of our conference entitled Earth and Special Processes, Byzantium and the Ottoman Empire. I would like to invite Dr. Dionysios Mourelatos, Associate Lecturer at the Hellenic Open University, to speak and present his paper entitled Icons Between East and West.
Thank you, Jenny. We are early, so perhaps I have 4 more minutes. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. Just a moment to open my... Is this okay? You can see it?
Yes.
So, this conference concerns the space, the art, and the architecture between East and West, and the revolutionary spirit. It's a way to celebrate the 200 years from the Greek Revolution. This juxtaposition, though, between East and West was constructed in modernity as synonyms of progress and decadence, respectively. This construction was started earlier, though. The Roman Empire was divided between East and West in the 4th century AD. Western Empire declined soon after, while Eastern Empire, the Byzantine Empire, was prospering in the East. Latin West, since the reign and coronation of Charles IX in Rome as Roman Emperor, claimed its imperial rights and claimed to rule the Christian world. Although Byzantium and its emperors remained strong for centuries afterwards, Latin ambassadors, visitors in the imperial court of Constantinople underestimated constantly in their accounts Byzantine culture and customs. They progressively constructed this theory about the East as synonym of decadence. What about the Byzantines, though? What's their definition of the East? In the text of Alexias, written by Princess Anna Komnene, is mentioned. She is referring to her father, Alexios Komnenos. Their scepter is extending from the Adriatic Sea to the entire East and alongside the Great Asia. It is clear that in this context, the definition of the East is a very abstract one. However, there is a division, a juxtaposition between the entire East and Great Asia. Furthermore, in the Typikov of Petridou Monastery, dating to 1083, are mentioned 3 chrysobuls concerning the possessions in the East, namely, one about the district of Anion, the second about the district of Thais, and the third about the district of Zurmer. Even in this bilingual context at Batskovo, the term Anatolie in Greek, the East, reflects even regions in Georgia and Armenia. For Byzantines, probably at this time, East is considered these regions. It's a matter of perspective, therefore. In this paper, we'll focus on portable icons from Sinai, apparently. The monastery of Sinai is located in Egypt, the Middle East, according to the modern perspective, a region where Byzantines, Georgians, Crusaders, and Muslims, Easterns and Westerns, interact during this period, see from 11th century up to the 14th. The icons of Sinai confirm the long-lasting relations between the Byzantine and the medieval Georgian visual culture. The connection between Sinai and Georgia is long attested. Moreover, the Georgian royal chronicle mentions that King David sent gifts to Mount Sinai and money for the erection of a monastery. The icon of St. George with a Georgian king at Sinai is one of the most characteristic icons that attest these relations. It is better to define it, though, as a royal one, according to the Byzantine imperial ceremonial practices since the 10th century onward. The figures of St. George and the King David, as I recognize the king, the royal king, the inscriptions, and the motifs on the shield of St. George and on the royal garments may be considered as an interpretation of variant tradition, religious, local, visual, and literal. See here the face of the emperor, the face of St. George, the shield of St. George with this star, the lunar emblems, and the Kufic inscription. And in the garment of the king, we see also the lunar emblems, the crosses, and a dragon. In the East, especially these motifs, the lunar emblems, the dragons, are generally considered as Eastern motifs. In general, the incorporation of Seljuk motifs and elements in Christian art has been recognized, especially in the 13th century art of Trebizond, Armenia, and Georgia. Lunar emblem has been interpreted as a prophylactic or talismanic device against evil and snakebite. As a result of this function, there is co-representation of the moon with the dragons. A key for the interpretation of the motif of the divine dragons in Islamic art is provided by Mesopotamian metalworker manuscripts of the 13th century, which shows the juxtaposition of the winged dragons with solar or lunar symbols within an astrological context. The lunar emblem is given a specific definition by its association with a pair of winged dragons. The juxtaposition of the lunar emblem and the winged dragons provides graphic expression of a specific astronomical phenomenon known also from other representations in Islamic art. The earliest, however, Islamic example of the motif of the end-winged dragons is found in the coins of Karas Arslan, Artukid ruler of the Yarbar, in the 12th century. A similar juxtaposition is found, however, even in the pro-Islamic art of South Arabia, where and wind serpents as attributes of the moon god Huad are associated with a lunar crescent. It is nevertheless a literate perception of all the above mentioned tradition. We should consider that the bilingual inscription, there are two inscriptions actually, one in Georgian and one in Greek. According to the Greek inscription, he is the ruler of the entire East, according to the Byzantine perception, probably. The Byzantine trained, or even Constantinopolitan painter, the knowledge of the Byzantine imperial tradition and ceremonial practices, the Georgian perceptions of Eastern or Islamic motives, under perhaps a Crusader model, indicate the place of the creation of this peculiar panel in a context where all these traditions interacted. In conclusion, we would consider that this panel was created in the Holy Land, or even Sinai, perhaps after 1121, the victory of Gori, when David could be proclaimed as king of the entire East by the polyglot and literate Georgian monks of Jerusalem and sent to Sinai for public display in a secular place, probably within the monastery, or made by the Georgian monks of Sinai for the same purpose. We will now turn to the 11th century hexaptych. Sorry. You heard about this icon when Professor Emmanuel presented my paper in the book on Art and the Seed, the first day of this conference. It consisted of 4 calendar icons, the last judgment, and a panel with scenes of the Passion and 5 representations of Virgin Mary on its top. And here is the back with Greek inscriptions. It's also a bilingual hexaptych though. We see here the work in question and details. The work in question represented a spiritual pilgrimage of a monk coming from the monastery whose patron saint was the Virgin, to Constantinople, city of the Virgin. John was probably familiar with the Marian shrines of Constantinople and indicated them through the figures of the Virgin. An Eastern turned to the West, Byzantium, for spiritual guidance. We see here the similarities that Professor Manuel has shown also. The icons represent a special category of icons, with figures of saints and scenes of their lives, which develops mainly in the late Byzantine period of interaction of Byzantine and Western culture in the Eastern Mediterranean. Most of these icons are found in the monastery of Sinai and in Cyprus. It's interesting that at this period, the monastery is located in an area where the Crusaders have significant influence. You see here some examples: Saint Catherine, Saint Nicholas, Saint Panteleimon, Saint John the Forerunner, Saint George, Prophet Moses. There is a debate still open about the origin of this category. Is it of Byzantine or Western origin? Or is it the result of the osmosis of the cultures in the Eastern Mediterranean? With the icons we saw dating around the beginning of the 13th century, based mostly on stylistic criteria. The iconographical setting is similar in these icons. The scenes of saints' lives are represented around the central frame with the representation of the saint. The sequence of the scenes doesn't always follow chronological order. However, it seems that they follow the accounts of the saints' lives in their narrative. See again, St. Catherine. In Italy, there are similar icons dating to the 13th century and later, following similar narratives. The type of this visual narration is similar to the above-mentioned example. However, the scenes in the frame of the icons follow a more strictly chronological setting according to the life of the represented saint. St. Francis, several examples. Nevertheless, their independence from the lives of saints is confirmed. St. Catherine. It seems, though, that this category of icon can offer us more about this period of intercultural interaction. Furthermore, we'll discuss a more sensual interpretation of this category in the complex and sophisticated late 12th or early 13th century icon of St. John the Forerunner from Sinai. It represents St. John and scene of his life in 3 medallions. It's John's conception, John's nativity, and Christ's baptism. There are also extended inscriptions bearing biblical passages and troparion referring to John. Conclude that this icon is also a Vita icon, following a completely different narrative, a more sensual narrative without a specific chronological order. This attempt to follow different visual narratives in this icon may also consider as a result of this intercultural osmosis and interaction. In conclusion, we can see in the Mediterranean artistic forms and ideas to widespread in travel, despite the political and religious conflicts. These icons, despite the fact that they are religious objects, they reveal the complexity and the dynamics of different cultures in the region during this period. They attest an intercultural dialogue, especially between East and West. I could not say, though, that these icons represent a period of revolution. However, the artists of this period in the East and the West created new forms and ideas. They represent a level of understanding between different cultures, and for sure, they influenced the society of their period. They function as hybrids, result of a process that shows that culture constantly interact with and borrow each other. I could say, therefore, that this kind of mentality could be considered revolutionary. Thank you for your attention.
You can hear me now.
Yes, now yes.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Mourelatos, for this stimulating presentation. Intercultural dialogue is really central to mainstream scholarship in our period of globalization. And now let's move to our next speaker, Dr. Smaragdi Arvaniti, postdoctoral researcher at the University of Athens. She will present the paper entitled The Cultural Movement During Late and Post-Byzantine Ottoman Period, the case of ceramic production in terms of exchanges, imitations, appropriation.
Yes, good morning.
Hello.
I'm trying to share, and it says here that make sure that you've allowed permission. Okay, I'm sorry, but
we have time. We can wait.
I don't know what to do. Well, maybe they could help me.
Maybe Dr. Fragoulis.
I've sent the presentation and
I can share it for you if you don't mind.
yes, please. I
Okay.
don't know what I have to do.
Okay.
It's the first time that this happened. I'm sorry. Okay.
Very well.
Okay. So, good morning again. Let's talk about the cultural movement during late and post-Byzantine Ottoman period. And let's discuss the case of ceramic production in terms of exchanges, imitations, and appropriation. Pottery is a significant factor of historical societies and a faithful reflection of everyday life in all its diversity and mobility. Although primarily used as a chronological indicator on archaeological sites, pottery has a much wider application in the study of economic, social, and cultural behavior. Manufacturing and daily use of the glazed ceramics is far from being a purely local phenomenon. Pottery can be examined as the outcome of complex social and economic interrelations, and its study contributes to clarify issues of commerce, fluidity, and exchange. As pottery manufacture was part of the changing economic environment in each period, it followed widespread trends in form and decoration in order to obtain commercial value. I will attempt to display the impact of political and economical changes resulted by the Fourth Crusade on mechanisms of trade and pottery production. I will further draw attention to the influence of different social and religious factors on pottery type, style, and decorative patterns with the intention of demonstrating how the development of ceramic production was the result of the movement and fluidity in the Mediterranean. During the late medieval and the early modern times, Mediterranean Sea was crossed and inhabited by a palimpsest of cultures and religions. Along and across its shores, people traveled for commerce, war, pilgrimage, and diplomacy, encountering and blending with other cultures and religions. So I will discuss the way that appropriation on pottery reflects exactly this coexistence of Eastern and Western cultural tradition. Next. The previous, sorry. Scholars generally agree that the 13th to 15th century comprised a global era of exchange, travel and communication, spearheaded by the Italian maritime cities. In the wake of the Fourth Crusade, the North Italian naval cities, Genoa, Pisa, and especially Venice, became the intermediaries for the West, the Byzantine Empire, the Crusader states, and the East, establishing a full-blown commercial network. Political circumstances led to Latin control numerous ports and resources in mainland Greece, the Aegean, and Constantinople. And even after the reconquest of the Byzantine capital, Venice and Genoa in particular continued to intensify their trade activities and further expand their sea trade networks to the Black Sea. These favorable conditions for the development of production and trade prevailed also during the Ottoman period, at least until the 16th century. The changes that occurred on the actual decoration, typology, and technology of ceramics could be fall into 5 general categories. Next, please. Innovation. The invention of tripod stilts offers a characteristic example of the innovative techniques employed to accommodate the demand for increase in mass production, albeit at the expense of quality sometimes. Next, please. Influence. Typology was influenced by dinner habits. During the Frankish period, the use of the deep small bowl with low ring foot suggests an indication of alteration in diet involving more watery meals, a change that was probably imported from the West. This here. Later on, during the Ottoman period, due to preference for liquids, juice, syrup drinks, yogurts, the trefoiled jars appeared. Also, the plates became big and deep, with horizontal lip for serving soups, or big and shallow to accommodate the Ottoman habit of eating from a common dish. The new habit of drinking coffee led to the production of little cups, produced mainly in Kütahya during the 18th century. Next, please. Adoption. Byzantine workshops are associated with the production of sgraffito ware and predominantly the so-called Zevxipos ware, one of the most significant and widespread type of the end of the 12th, beginning of the 13th century. A production of the Italian workshops, Spirale Cerchio ware, represents the earliest imitation of Zevxipos ware in the 13th-14th century. Italian potters adopted the sgraffito technique and the decoration motifs, and they managed to enrich pottery in terms of motifs and colors. Next. Lusterware, appropriation again, an example of appropriation. Lusterware was actually produced in the Muslim East already in the 8th to 9th century. It was made known and popular in Spain by the Muslim populations that moved there in the 10th to 11th century. Being a highly opulent ceramic type, it was developed in Spain from the 12th century to reach its peak in the 14th century and was widely distributed across the Mediterranean. During its reproduction in the European markets, the type was iconographically adjusted to the demands of the new clientele by receiving Christian motifs such as monograms, coat of arms, and Jewish inscriptions. In this light, lusterware represents a distinct example of appropriation in ceramics, whereby an Islamic technique and decoration is adopted and became popular through Christian and Jewish Spain. Next. And one more. A characteristic example is a cedar plate from Spain. The inscription refers to the main components of the Seder Pesach feast. The errors in the Hebrew inscription may be the result of its having been copied by a non-Jewish artist. Next. Iznik ware was the most refined production of the Ottoman workshops, produced chiefly between the 15th and 17th centuries. Mass imports occurred on the Greek islands, coastal cities, and commercial centers of mainland Greece as a result of the predominant role of Greeks in the field of shipping from the 17th century on. This demand led the Ottoman potters to adjust their production and the decoration motifs to the tradition and tastes of their new clientele. Commercial sailing boats with triangular sails, the so-called Latinadica, and Greek inscriptions appear frequently. This behavior by the potters may be seen as a symptom of the mass commercialization of Iznik pottery. Next. Kütahya ware was another significant production of the Ottoman workshops produced from the 15th century. Kütahya had a large Armenian community, so the pottery produced there often incorporated Christian motifs. Furthermore, in the Armenian district of Jerusalem, we can find decorative tiles produced by Armenian potters who had adopted the technique of the famous Ottoman ware and adjusted the decoration to their religion. Next. Imitation. Maiolica wares were widely distributed throughout the Mediterranean since the 13th century, but its technique had never been imitated at the time due to the easier access to these wares or the prevailing economic growth. Only in the 17th century, the so-called Athenian maiolica appeared, representing an attempt to imitate the ladder-style motif of a Faenza workshop maiolica production. This tendency probably occurred due to the financial deterioration of the period and the more challenging trade conditions. Next. The 16th to 17th century is marked by the appearance of marbled ware, a quality type of pottery produced in North Italy and namely Pisa. During the 18th century, various local versions of lower quality appeared, especially in the Dimoticho in northern Greece, when imports of this luxury Pisan pottery stopped. Next. Produced since the 8th century, Chinese porcelain was the inspiration for several ware types in the Mediterranean, especially from the 14th onwards. Iznik ware, with its exceptional quality based on a very refined and specialized production technique, constituted actually a sophisticated and costly attempt by Ottoman potters to imitate the Chinese porcelain. So, next please. Iznik ware circulated in the Mediterranean as the cheap porcelain of the period. And next. This paper was an attempt to contribute to a vaster knowledge of the glazed ceramics as an element of the Mediterranean material cultures. The above presented examples prove the large-scale distribution and circulation of pottery throughout the Mediterranean from the 13th century onwards, and most importantly, that intellectual, artistic, and societal interactions have impacted material culture on many levels, exactly as the outcome of constant mobility. What I hope to have highlighted is that objects, and in particular pottery, acquire a social meaning within a specific historical context. I opted to demonstrate the combination of motifs and techniques on objects being traditionally classified as Byzantine, Islamic, Eastern, and Western, according to criteria such as the sites of discovery, production under the patronage of a certain polity, and predominance of one decorative pattern over others. However, their secular characteristics facilitated their circulation in a world of different religious identities. Imports found in former Byzantine territories could function as status symbols, but can also be understood as markets of shared tastes among the Latin, Greek, Jewish, and Ottoman inhabitants, both elites and non-elites, wealthy and privileged. So, under this perception, the art of pottery production could be seen as revolutionary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arvaniti, for this colorful and systematic presentation of the networks of pottery and production circulation. And now we invite our next speaker, Professor Naso Chrysochou. She is Associate Professor at the Frederick University in Nicosia, Cyprus. Her paper is entitled The Unique Appropriation and Reinterpretation of Eastern Byzantine Form and Structure, Resynthesized with Renaissance Elements into New Hybrid Forms. The Case of Rural Orthodox Ecclesiastical Architecture during the Renaissance Period in Cyprus. Hello.
Good morning. Good morning from Cyprus. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. Let's see if we can share our presentation now. It's trying to do something. Yeah. Technology is a bit slow today. It's trying to do something, but it's for some reason it's quite slow.
Maybe Mr. Fragoulis could help Professor Chrysochou.
Yes, seems like a network problem. Do you want me to upload your presentation and change the slides?
Professor Chrysochou, do you want to, Mr. Fragoulis, to show your PowerPoint? Did we lose connection with Professor Chrysochou? I cannot see her.
I am back, if you can hear me. Yes, connection was lost. I'm trying to reconnect.
Very well. We can see now your
Finally. Okay.
slides.
Okay, thank you.
Very well.
Okay. Start the slideshow. Good. Thank you. Thanks for your patience. So the Renaissance in Cyprus, introduced by the Venetians, at least officially in 1489, at the end of the Latin era, barely reached the span of a century as it was interrupted by the Ottoman takeover of the island in 1571. As the new rulers of Cyprus, following a long Lusinian reign, their energy and wealth were consumed in an effort to fortify the island and to a lesser degree to renovate pre-existing Gothic ecclesiastical monuments. Sorry, just one sec. Oops, it's jumping, excuse me. Their architects imported typologies and morphologies of classicized aesthetics, which they used conservatively and sparingly, mainly in large public or domestic buildings and in a few monastic edifices. In antithesis, during the short Renaissance period in Cyprus, the rural Orthodox ecclesiastical architecture appears to have flourished. The influence of the papal power had already begun to fade as early as 1423, when the invasion of the Mamluks drove away the Latin monastic orders. Furthermore, the Venetians were themselves confrontational and intolerant of the intervention of Rome in their political decisions. The above resulted in serious social changes which benefited the Orthodox Church, and especially the symbiotic relationship of the Greek and Latin population of the island, resulting in mixed marriages and performed dual rites, as noted by many historical records and as illustrated in the icon of the Church of Agios Kassianos, shown here. Many churches were built, restored, or expanded with a strive for aesthetic qualities which tended to oscillate between East and West. Harmonic proportions, height, and Western morphological elements consequently coexisted with Byzantine structure and form. In the many churches, there is evidence of use of Western imagery and decoration transferred to the island through imported Renaissance drawings. This highlights the local builders' acceptance and even positive perception of the West and their new rulers. Now, before we can continue, we should define what is Byzantine and what represents Western ecclesiastical building in Cyprus during this period. In the Church of St. Nicholas in Kakopetria, one is allowed to glimpse the epitome of Eastern Cypriot Byzantine architecture. Built by locals using crude stone and some brick, the floor plan, with its total lack of geometric perfection, more resembles a parallelogram than a rectangle. The same irregularities are found in the asymmetrically sculpted volumes, with the oscillating spaces transforming themselves from squares to hemispheres and semicylinders, the hemisphere of the dome creating an emphatically vertical axis at the center. Yet this lack of perfection, as under Orthodox philosophical thought perfection is reserved only for the creator, does not inhibit the final result of being magnificent, with the geometric spatial imperfections, if we so might call them, completely hidden behind the transcendental imagery of the frescoes. The Cypriot Latin ecclesiastical edifice, built by Latin crews, is of an antithetical philosophy. Perfect symmetry of mathematical order, repetitive structural base created with the support of a shared formwork, all create an impetus for the pilgrim to move around the perimeter of the church in an ordered fashion. There is no differentiated focal center, while the elegantly tall and light-pointed spaces symbolically aim to reach the sky. This order is apparent also in the materiality of cut and perfectly chiseled stone, left largely exposed as further reference to the order of the whole. These two binary opposites, Byzantine and Latin, amalgamate to form some most interesting specimens of ecclesiastical architecture of the era. In the first example, the Byzantine church of St. Artemon in Afania was originally a small vaulted single-aisled chapel with a funerary space in the northeastern corner. No great care is evident in its construction, which lacks the geometric correctness found in Western churches. During the 15th century, the chapel received an L-shaped addition, which enlarged it into a two-aisled church. The added volume encompasses a taller narthex common to both aisles, while the two spaces were joined with archways. The new aisle was built taller, thus the eastern elongation of the original south one was also heightened to follow the same rule. The church seen from the east appears to be a melange of Byzantine volumes asymmetrically placed and seemingly unorganized, while dichotomically and as a binary opposite, the newly formed western end attempts the tall and slim proportions and symmetry reminiscent of a Latin chapel. In the second example, the Church of the Archangel Michael in Pigi appears from the exterior to be a simple double-aisled church. In many cases, the double aisles served both liturgical rites, though for the specific edifice, there is no known historical evidence to support this. The interior, upon close inspection, reveals a far more complex space. The northeastern corner is formed by the remnants of a Byzantine cross-inscribed church that is an apse and a side chapel. That's all that remains. Onto this was attached a vaulted aisle extended westwards, while a south aisle was added to the newly formed church. In order to roof the new double-aisled structure, vaults carried on a shared central archway were introduced. However, the newly formed northern aisle did not share the same axis as the sanctuary apse of the original church, something which would have caused an optical anomaly and imbalance to the new space. This was masterfully corrected to a large degree by carrying the northern vaulted roof not on the northern wall, but on corbel-supported arches. This aided the shifting of the central axis of the aisle closer to the one of the original sanctuary apse. In this restoration expansion, there is an obvious strive for symmetry and optical correction, which are only partly achieved, yet the new melange of spaces is anything but unappealing, but in an Eastern sense, a balance of forms rather than that of orderly geometric flawlessness. Both new aisles are built with a similar height, giving the new western elevation the appearance of a twin church. The next example demonstrates the unexpected great respect shown towards older Byzantine monuments. This is very apparent in the 15th century expansion of the Byzantine Church of the Panagia in Trikomo. The addition of a second elongated aisle and the lengthening of the original Byzantine church managed to reorder the structure into an imitation of a small Gothic two-aisled cathedral. From the original Byzantine church, the masonry below the vaulting in the west and north was removed in order to connect it to the new addition. The newly incorporated arches connecting the two aisles are of a Gothic Cypriot style in their pointed form and are equidistant in the western end, while the eastern arch is built longer and is supported on a column sculpted out of the northeastern corner of the original Byzantine church. Throughout this intervention, great care is apparently taken to preserve the volume of the original building, while reappropriating the loads of the dome onto the new central arcade. It still manages to give the desired Western linearity to the new hybrid form. The delicate balancing of loads, forms, and volumes shows a desideratum for a Westernized plan, but within it lies total respect for the centralized Byzantine form and structure. The effect of balance and dual harmony is achieved not only on the interior, but also the exterior, not by direct imitation, but by respect of proportions. In the last interesting case of the aforementioned duality is the Church of St. George in Yanagra. The building is of an unknown date, possibly early medieval, and has a domed inscribed cross-shaped land and an added narthex to the west. Upon entering it, a surprise greets the visitor as the eye sinks downwards to an ever-developing cavernous space. The church appears to be the product of the incorporation of an underground early Christian hermitage with a medieval chapel. Pointed Cypriot Gothic arches were used to connect the different spaces of narthex, main church, and cave hermitage. The sanctuary, now suspended in mid-air, marks the level of what was once the floor of the original church. This appears to have been removed or it collapsed at some point. Squat Gothic arches were used to support the eastern wall of the church, while the early Christian hermitage dug into the rock to the east has been reformed as a new sanctuary apse. One of the fascinating aspects of this monument is the reappropriation of the loads of the domed structure. Whereas a Byzantine hemispherical dome would have rested on pendentives over four arches, directing the loads onto columns or piers and thus to the ground, in this case, the piers are masterfully suspended 2 meters off the ground on cantilevered volutes. The choice of the medieval corbel as opposed to a column for the transfer of the loads of the dome demonstrates that the specific form and imagery was deliberately chosen in order to highlight its Western origin. After all, the village and the chapel belonged to the nobleman Peter d'Avila, ceded to him in 1473 by the Venetian Queen Caterina Cornaro. The new volume, with the additions and unification of spaces, is a continuous play of expanding and contracting and rising and falling curvilinear forms reminiscent of a Byzantine space, while the new verticality achieved through the addition of the cave into the space and the reordered structure with the Gothic arches are of a Western thought. Concluding, and as seen in the above examples, the Cypriot monuments of the time are a case that resists a direct and uncomplicated categorization and placement within either cultural sphere. Often the extensions of older churches, with their morphological elements of pointed arches, columns, and corbels, as well as their endeavor for optical corrections, are clearly products of a Western influence, as are sometimes their donors. However, the collective character achieved is definitely of an Eastern origin, with evolving organic sculptural space. The new structures are far removed from the orthological geometrical forms of their Western counterparts, but at the same time, they indicate a dialogic process of thought, form, and even liturgy between East and West, a product of a complex political, religious, and cultural mix, a truly new revolutionary architecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Chrysochou, for sharing with us your deep knowledge on architecture in Venetian Crete, Cyprus, and showing us these fascinating monuments. We invite now our last speaker of this session, Dr. Patrick Becker-Neidenhoff, researcher in the training group Knowledge in the Arts at the Berlin University of Arts. He will present a paper entitled Sounding the Border, Drawing a Line, Architectural and Acoustical Dimensions in the Conversion and Construction of Islamic Sacred Sites in Southeast Europe after the fall of Constantinople. Hello.
Hello, good morning from Germany. Thank you very much for this great introduction. I would just like to share my screen, if you could allow, and this I would like to share it. I currently can't share the screen. If so, just one of the moderators could maybe allow me to share the screen so I can share my presentation, that would be great.
We need for leaders to allow our speaker to share his screen. To
Sorry,
give him,
sorry, are you
μπορείτε
from
να δώσετε
Mark
δικαιώματα
TV?
στον κύριο Patrick Becker-Negedov.
He has rights, but
Oh, apparently you do.
how?
It
Now
should
I'm
be
a
on the
moderator.
lower part of your screen.
Yeah, I see it. I know. I use WebEx on a regular basis, unfortunately, but it doesn't really show right now.
Έχουμε το PowerPoint του κυρίου του ομιλητή.
I didn't send it.
Oh.
So now I'm back. Hi. I think it works now. Just a second.
Oh, very well.
Great. Do you see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Sorry for the delay.
No, it's okay.
Okay. Thanks for the generous introduction, and thank you very much for having me. Today's talk is my first public presentation on my new book project, my postdoctoral book project. So I'm really looking forward to all your comments and remarks and questions later on. And I'm currently preparing a project entitled the Icomene. So it's a little wordplay with Ecumene, with a term of the community. Yeah. And the subtitle will be Traffic and Transmission of Musical Signs across the Eastern Mediterranean region from the Renaissance to national rebirth. So it's a project in the early modern and modern Eastern Mediterranean region that looks at music transfer and topics like this. Currently, this project is pending review as a junior postdoctoral fellowship with the Research Foundation Flanders in Belgium. And the project investigates source materials from several cultural exchange hubs across the Eastern Mediterranean region during the Renaissance. It does so to provide the first musicological monographic account on the transfer of music in the region and during this period. And the project reveals how, at that time, the birth and demise of empires in the area created a vast and complex space for ongoing exchange and lasting influence between Western and Eastern Christianity, as well as Islam and Judaism. Thus, the project identifies who exchanged exactly what, and as a result, it finds out how it could happen that, retrospectively, different discourses and notated forms of the same phenomenon in an autonomous cultural area became separated. Thus, at its heart, this project is a musicological one, a music historical one, albeit difficult to fit in the stereotyped modes of thinking about and thinking in the discipline of musicology. If we want to produce a history of musical encounters across the Eastern Mediterranean region during the Renaissance, we as musicologists face the danger of merely providing an account of sporadic contexts. This would then be nothing more than a chronicle of disjoint events and incoherent objects that have something to do with music or For some researchers, focus on the Western art music tradition, even worse, something to do just with sound. Thus, it would be rash to settle the imagined dispute between research fields that hasn't happened yet by conceding. The challenge to connect the dots between sporadic contexts, so to say, to find the logic in the rice grains, is not necessarily different from the métier of music historiography in general. Therefore, speaking in Lacanian terms, examining music transfer across the Eastern Mediterranean region during the Renaissance requires a point de capitaine just as much as any other historiographical project. One way to do this, and this is a thing that I propose, is finding a common ground for phenomena that have previously often appeared as in or unexchangeable. Printed Italian vocal polyphony stands against unwritten popular practices on Mediterranean islands. The acoustic dimensions of newly erected Ottoman worship spaces converge with Eastern Orthodox monks concerned for preserving their traditions in a changing world. Following Brian Catlos in his 2014 Muslims of Medieval Latin Christendom, I am looking for a concept of mutual intelligibility to understand the relationship between cultural, political, social, and religious groups. Catlos describes this as follows, quote, "For all that separated them, Muslims, Christians, and Jews spoke the same languages, held many of the same values, ate many of the same foods, and even shared much by the way of folk tradition, religious beliefs, and theological orientation. Their cultures and actions were characterized by a mutual intelligibility that emerged from the broad socio-cultural habitus, originating with common sources, but refracted distinctly through the specific traditions of each ethno-religious culture within which Christians, Muslims, and Jews all lived their lives and pursued their agendas, whether individual or communal. Even as they worked to maintain their particular religio-cultural identities, they borrowed freely from each other's traditions, did business with each other, and socialized with each other, however askance Christian authorities or those of their own communities might regard this." Unquote. In recent contributions, Dwight Reynolds has suggested to think about a musical mutual intelligibility. Quote, "For several hundred years, one could travel the Mediterranean and almost everything one saw or heard in art music performance would have been recognizable in terms of instruments, basic music theory, and performance practice. However, as Reynolds cautions, by the 15th century, a traveler from the Middle East and Europe would have encountered a largely foreign musical world with keyboard instruments, polyphony, harmony, large ensembles, lengthy pre-composed instrumental works, etc. And later on, European travelers would find Middle Eastern music incomprehensible. So in the modern period, we often have judgments like it's out of tune or without structure. So, as mentioned earlier, some research suggests taking a perspective on sound and aurality rather than clear-cut musicological approaches that define music as art music in preparation of a Western art music tradition that produces musical works. Some musicologists suggest that sound studies approaches might help in such an endeavor as the one that I'm planning. However, as I intend to demonstrate today, or give evidence of today, to think that substituting musicology with a seemingly more appropriate sound studies can just as well create avoidable pitfalls. From the perspective of mutual intelligibility and Muslim-Christian relations in early modern Europe, it is possible to contextualize the architectural and acoustical dimensions, so the topic of today's talk, in the conversion and construction of Southeast European Islamic sacred sites after the fall of Constantinople, in the larger issue of regulating religious noise that sprang up during the Middle Ages. The issue of intrusive religious noise, the call to prayer in the Muslim adhan, the bells, for example, from the Christian churches and so on, this issue has proved intriguingly persistent over time, especially during periods of unsettled Christian-Muslim demographic and religious relations. The Muslim call to prayer, the adhan, and the Christian ringing of church bells are both signals and symbols. And since the early medieval period, these rituals of noise have served as potent elements in discourses on religious power and territorial control. The sound of the muezzin and of the carillon define and announce the presence of a religious community to all those who are within range to hear them. The problem of Christian Muslim religious noise first appeared shortly after the rise of Islam, as early as in the 8th century, when regulations attributed to Caliph Umar II restricted Eastern Christians in newly Muslim lands from beating wooden clappers and chanting loudly during their services. Repeated by many Muslim authors later, throughout the Middle Ages, this edict of Umar II, who died in 720, would become a standard element among Islamic rules relating to Christians living in Muslim lands, and it came to apply to bells and any loud singing as well as clappers and chant. Similarly, the Ecumenical Council of Vienne, summoned under Pope Clement V in 1311, has long been cited as a seminal Christian declaration on the subject of Muslim religious noise. The Vienne Council includes regulation prohibiting both the Muslim call to prayer in regions under Christian rule and the practice of pilgrimage to Muslim religious shrines in Christian-held lands. It is important to note here that they were part of a long-standing and much broader debate within the Muslim-Christian encounter. Over time, Christians began to single out the mosque call from most other types of Muslim religious observance, and they attempted to control the practice of the adhan. It was not only seen as a noisy disturbance, the call to prayer, but the wording, the text of the call to prayer itself was deemed offensive. Almost without exception, Christian condemnations of the mosque call focused on the proclamation of the name of the Prophet, because this reflects the common-held Christian belief during the Middle Ages that Muslims actually pray to Muhammad and not to Allah, because they thought that Muhammad was the object of Muslim prayer in this time. It thus appears that it was not merely noise, but also the public announcement of faith expressed in words through the call to prayer that bothered Christian listeners. Beyond simple auditory intrusion, there would have been concerns about the proselytization, conversion, and in the case of converts from Islam to Christianity, the lure of a return to Islam. In some places, the mosque call was replaced by the sounding of a trumpet or other instruments, a substitution that eliminated the problem of language, of the text that was deemed offensive, but it would not eliminate the issue of noise. So much of this research that is already pre-existing on regulating noise and religious sounds and so on has focused on medieval Iberian Peninsula in medieval Spain. But since my focus, of course, lies with the Southeastern European area, the situation differs here. And often we find historians and acousticians, so physical acousticians or physical engineers, working hand in hand. My goal here at the beginning is to critically reflect existing methodologies, existing approaches, existing ways of interdisciplinary working and collaboration, and reconfigure systems of knowledge in their existing contemporary form. For example, Ala Al-Ghagoush, acoustician, in his 2016 review of aspects that shape the oral experience in worship spaces, presents his readers with the following figure. I'll just show this. So this is like a typical methodological figure that shows you from acousticians, that shows you how do we approach a certain problem, how do we create a new field of research or something like this. And this here is an approach which is currently very popular among acousticians, especially Muslim acousticians and architects who work on constructing new mosques, or architects who are interested in architectural history, who want to measure acoustical dimensions of existing mosques, most often places of special interest, like, for example, the great mosques of Mimar Sinan in Constantinople and the former Ottoman Empire. So prestigious, large-scale structures that are interesting because of their architectural importance for architectural history. So the approach that I present here is called oral architecture, as is written here. And what acousticians understand as owl architecture Algagush describes as, while architectural acoustics, so traditional acoustics, mostly focus on the physical measurements of sound inside the space, oral architecture includes perceptual and cultural aspects. Thus, while traditionally acoustics would investigate the physical aspect, this is the one here above, with field measurements, simulation, and scale models through impulse response and sound recordings, oral architecture, this new approach, which is currently popular, adds a perceptual aspect to acoustics through oralization. Here, the main goal is to measure psychophysiological reactions of listeners, like brain activity, or survey listeners' responses through questionnaires. This is this really. From a musicological and historical perspective, the cultural aspect of our architecture is surely the most interesting. However, a closer look at the methods envisioned by acousticians shows surprising disregard for existing knowledge in our disciplines, in the disciplines of humanities. In other words, reducing the so-called cultural aspect of our architecture spaces to merely providing evidences sidetracks both state-of-the-art research in the humanities and obstructs fruitful collaboration between acoustics, architectural history, and, say, for example, musicology or other humanities disciplines in the future. The results of such a short-sighted interdisciplinarity become immediately evident when comparing historical research on soundscapes in Ottoman sacred structures with the findings from acousticians working on measuring, simulating, and modeling these spaces. Most noteworthy are several recurring tropes among acousticians. So, for example, I did a large review of existing work from acousticians and architectural historians who work with quantitative methods, with modeling and simulating and measuring sound and acoustical dimensions. Common tropes there are, it is important, that's a quote now, to enhance the feeling of majesty in religious buildings, which is related to cultural acoustics. Another quote, worship spaces require complicated acoustical environments because they involve spiritual needs that enhance faith, such as the presence of the divine. Similarly, researchers continuing on the work of Bisra Pencheva's team in Istanbul, who measured the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul, all too fast let their measuring methods, their discussion of findings, and implicit judgment be guided by preconceptions often unsubstantiated by, and sometimes even in contradiction to, the historical evidence. However, as the acoustician Voschik cautions with regard to field measurements and digital reconstructions in Constantinople, today's Istanbul, measuring microphones employed to capture the massive dimensions of, say, Hagia Sophia acoustics do not have the ability to bring out the complexity of spatial transformations occurring in the expansive interior of the building. Whereas the ear brain can sharpen and widen attention to focus on diverse aspects of spatial sound, especially shifting attention between foreground and background sounds, the microphone transfers only a fixed spatial relationship. It does not have the sufficient directional selectivity to pick up specific noticeable elements of the reflected sound and reverberation. In contrast, humans using head movements and motion through space may develop a detailed multisensory image of the perceived environment. Loudspeaker and headphone reproduction further diminishes the ability of the human ear and brain to resolve sounds and focus on details contained within it when the sound is unfavorably displayed. So there's always a lack in these quantitative approaches, although they tend to describe themselves as providing proper simulations, models, or proper measurements of the actual acoustical spaces from Ottoman sacred sites. In the future, I will investigate both the historical soundscapes of Constantinople and other Southeast European Islamic sacred spaces, as well as their acoustical and architectural underpinnings. I plan to do so by building on Nina Ergin's work with Waqf materials, that means documents from spiritual endowments of individual worship buildings or entire mosque complexes. Furthermore, following Nikolai Antov's work on the so-called Ottoman Wild West frontier in the 15th and 16th century in the Balkan Peninsula, I will investigate the establishment of Waqf mosques, that means spiritual endowment mosques, across southeastern Europe in their special relation to the context of religious noise and its regulation. However, for the remainder of the talk, for the end of the talk, let me just highlight two important aspects concerning both the construction and the conversion of mosques in the Ottoman Empire during the 16th century. Firstly, especially from contemporaries' West European perspective, the erection of Islamic buildings has mostly appeared or been read in its potential for conflict with established Christian communities. However, there's little evidence that would suggest such conflicted spaces for the region of southeastern Europe and period in question. At least until the 17th century, the early 17th century, Waqf settlements that were created after spiritual endowment, they were often created around a newly built mosque as the prospective center of a new town or a new neighborhood in existing urban areas. Subsequently, people living in eyesight and, of course, more importantly, in hearing range of, say, the call to prayer, were first of all Muslim settlers as well as converts to Islam, whose numbers grew in many towns throughout the 16th century. Given the peculiarities of Ottoman population policies in urban and rural contexts, as well as the influential Sunni Hanafi legal views personified by Ebu Suud Effendi, Ottoman authorities on different levels avoided a need to regulate religious soundscapes and the noise they were making, unlike it happened in early modern Spain. There was no need to regulate noise because it was, first of all, the noise of power, so to say, the sound of religious power. And second of all, the neighborhoods were, at least in the 16th century, in many cases, not in all, but in many cases, homogeneous, inhabited by Muslim settlers in the Balkan area. Secondly, concerning the conversion of existing spaces into mosques, so churches into mosques, this conversion, we can make an interesting observation where acoustical measurements and historical research find together. And this interesting observation seriously pressures the makeshift solution of sound studies. In the early 2000s, I will just show this, as part of the European Charisma project, Fausti, Pompoli, and Prodi measured and compared acoustical dimensions of 6 religious spaces in and around the city of Istanbul. While both the mosques and the Byzantine churches, over 20,000 cubic meters volume, showed higher reverberation times in the mid-frequencies, there exists a marked difference in reverberance across the entire spectrum. In fact, I quote, while the mosques show the maximum of reverberation in the lower frequencies, so around here, the Byzantine churches have generally the maximum in the medium frequency range, so around 500 Hertz here, which is here. This finding has an immediate link with the impression of a listener. The acoustic field in a Byzantine church is extremely reverberant and the sounds overlap in time with little possibility of being separated. This applies also to spoken and sung phrases, whose intelligibility is greatly affected by the excess of reverberation. Thus, we reach an important conclusion. Time and again, musicologists have argued for ethnomusicological and sound studies perspectives when engaging with music beyond the Western art music paradigm. However, although Quranic recitation and the call to prayer is not strictly understood by its practitioners as music or chant, the acoustical and architectural dimensions of sacred spaces in the 16th century Ottoman Empire reveal something interesting. New mosques, like the ones by master architect Mimar Sinan, were deliberately built to decrease reverberation time for the higher frequencies, so typical of Quranic cantillation, thus allowing better speech intelligibility. Furthermore, from this perspective of speech intelligibility, conversion of Christian churches into mosques always results in higher speech intelligibility. If you convert a church to a mosque, you immediately get higher speech intelligibility. You can understand speech better. Less because of adding additional structural elements, that is also the case, adding new elements to the architecture, but more often because of, and this is the right final figure here that I've taken from Fausti, Pompey, and Prodi, because of adding carpets and because of adding wooden structures on the ground that were between 4 to 15 centimeter high, And on these structures, you would put the carpets. They were made of wood, and between the wooden structure and the ground, there would have been something like a bubble of air. And what would happen, the simulations here clearly show that you could actually receive a twofold reduction of reverberation times in the higher frequencies. So since Quranic cantillation tends to be quite high in the frequencies and uses nasal sounds and different techniques that create very high frequencies, you can clearly see these are the two lines here, graphs here up in front, that you could actually create much better speech intelligibility by adding carpets and adding wooden structures. Thus, to conclude, it is precisely the alleged unmusical nature of Quranic cantillation that requires less of a focus on sound than on the intelligibility of what the reciter sings. In contrast, Wojcik describes the historical soundscape of the Hagia Sophia as a totally different form of immersive experience. The massive volume of the church was a magical container of slowly decaying sounds capable of immersing large crowds of people. The acoustics of the interior project could project an immense amount of sound through space, a sound with seemingly endless sustaining power and omnipresence. The more beautiful the sound generated, the greater was the perceived power and beauty of the church. Thus, to say that a sound studies perspective is necessary to compare Byzantine church music with Quran recitation is not right. It does not follow necessarily. Rather, it contradicts the findings of several disciplines that do not always work in close relation to each other, although they could. So, thank you very much for your attention. And that's my talk so far. And I'm really looking forward to your feedback and comments and remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Baker Neidenhoff, for presenting us this innovative interdisciplinary research. And now, as I see, we have about 15 minutes for discussion. I invite you to ask questions on the first paper by Dr. Dionysis Mourelatos on the icons. Are there any questions? So, I cannot see.
Everything was clear. Thank you.
So we move to the next presentation by Dr. Smaragdi Arvaniti about the pottery. Questions, please. So once more, everything clear?
Yes, I'm very happy.
Are there any questions to our third paper by Professor Naso Chrysochou? Professor Loukaki, please.
It's not really a question. I enjoyed very much all papers and your paper, Professor Chrysochou. I was just thinking that on Crete, you have the convergence of local styles, for instance, in Arkadi monastery, with more, how should I say, official forms of the Western vocabulary. And I'm referring to Sebastiano Celio and Andrea Palladio. But of course, this is more a matter of time, because Cyprus fell to the Ottomans a century earlier. That's just an observation. But I really found fascinating your description of the composition of volumes and the manner in which cultures are in discourse, and in your paper, in all papers. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed, there are a lot of parallels between Cyprus and Crete during this period, and you're absolutely right that in Crete, because of the longer period of the Venetian rule, there was more time to develop this concourse, whereas in Cyprus, it's sort of a passing period, 80 years basically. But indeed, it's very interesting to compare the two islands and the architecture of the period. Thanks.
Yes, I find it quite fascinating, and to be honest, this is something that I'm planning to do in future.
Okay, we can collaborate. I would be very happy to.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you too.
Thank you.
Any more questions or remarks, comments on the paper by Professor Chrysouchou, which was very interesting, really, as all our papers in this session. I don't see anything, so we move to our last presentation by Dr. Becker-Neidenhoff on the oral architecture of Islamic monuments. I see nothing. So we are looking forward to your book, Dr. Becker-Neidenhoff. And if there are no more questions, or comments, we can have our pause, our interval. For a quarter of an hour.
Να κάνω μία καλημέρα. Good morning.
Good morning.
How can I be co-host, please, to share my screen?
You can share your screen.
We are all of us. We are co-hosts. All the speakers. Okay.
Yes,
the speakers can. The speakers can share the screen.
Thank you very much.
If you find it difficult, I hope you have sent your PowerPoint.
Not difficulties, but I would like to be sure that I am co-host. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Why don't you try just 5 minutes before the beginning of your session? Try with Dr. Zverev, who will be chairing the session. Okay? Just try 10 to 5 minutes earlier.
Thank you very much.
It's okay. Thank you.
So I repeat that we meet in a quarter of an hour, so at 11:45.
Κυρία Κοτσάκη.
Αυτή είναι.
Κύριε Σουέρεφ, κάνουμε μία δοκιμή με την κυρία Κοτσάκη για να δούμε αν λειτουργεί
Ωραία,
το
εντάξει, γι'
PowerPoint.
γι' αυτό τους μιλώ και εγώ, μήπως χρειάζεται.
Κάνουμε
Εντάξει.
τώρα μια δοκιμή. Ευχαριστώ.
Μπράβο, μπράβο, μπράβο.
Γιατί βγαίνει.
There is still time for a test. Is someone else interested in running a test with their presentation?
Καλησπέρα σας.
Είμαστε έτοιμοι.
Ωραία.
Εγώ πήγα να μην κάνω.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, we are in the section 5, modern architecture, identities, structure, and social becoming around the Mediterranean. I want to invite to present his paper the architect and jurist, Mrs. Ersi Filipopoulou. The title of his paper, Oriental Background and Occidental Modernity, Athens, Urban Iconography. Please, Mrs. Filipopoulou.
Good morning, dear participants. And as you see, I'm a woman, not a man. But let me first start my PowerPoint. It's a little slow. So, let's start. 2 years ago, a BBC journalist wondered why Athens looks so quirky, complaining that it doesn't have, I quote, the classical grace usually associated with ancient Athens. It has been the fate of the city for centuries to invite comparison with the traveler's fantasy of its famous predecessor. The leap from 5th century BC to modern day reality is bound to land on a strange place if the actual representation is not related to the country's turbulent historical trajectory. With this in mind, I'll attempt to unfold Athens' urban iconography after 1830 in the context of Greek social, cultural, and political attitudes over time. For almost 2 millennia, Greeks experienced conceptual and political systems totally different from both the ancient city and those of the West. Let's change. Despite ancient Hellas being one of the oldest civilizations, the sovereign Greek state is rather recent, just 2 centuries old. Before that, Greeks were under Ottoman domination for 2 centuries, and previously a part of the Greek-speaking Eastern Roman or Byzantine Empire for 11 centuries. Therefore, they have missed the great European reforms of the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, and the Industrial Revolution. At the crossroads of East and West, they were culturally oriented toward the East for many centuries, although not to the East proper, as the stereotype is, but because this was culturally alien to Greeks, despite their widely dispersed diaspora there, but to our own East, what we say, Kathimath Anatoli, the imaginary Greek-speaking domain of Byzantine and Greek Christian Orthodox traditions, together with language, meanings, and geographical relevance that have persisted from ancient times. Concurrently, they found themselves ironically expected to play the part of ancestor of Europe, since Western Enlightenment thought of Hellenism as Europeans' own foundation myth and civilization legacy. It's a little slow to change the slides, I'm sorry. This contradiction was well understood in the early 19th century by the entrepreneurial mercantile class of the Greek diaspora, as well as by few young extrovert Greeks who, having studied abroad, had been introduced to the ideas of the Enlightenment. So, after the War of Independence against the Ottoman rulers and the declaration of Greek nation-states independence in 1830, albeit on just 1/3 of its present territory, Greek monarchy and elites made in 1833 a strategic decision to metamorphose the devastated country by looking on the glorious classical antiquity, first as a source of national empowerment, and second as a link to Western modernity. The new vision was marked symbolically in 1834 by the choice of Athens as the new nation-state's capital city. Unfortunately, the famous polis of the classical times had gradually declined under the successive domination of Romans, Byzantines, French, Catalans, Venetians, Florentines, and Ottomans, having turned in 1830 into an almost deserted provincial medieval town with small Ottoman-style houses in ruins. Sorry. The classical monuments may have been reminiscent of the ancient glory, but Athens had neither the economic nor the civic background to support and negotiate the new development. An ambitious top-down urban policy was set as a strong transformative tool. A new urban plan was drafted with boulevards and nice squares in order to break with the Eastern tradition by transforming the existing medieval geometry. However, its implementation was affected by the resistance of local landowners. A new style, neoclassicism, was chosen for the new institutional buildings as the nation's architectural representation. Its affinity to the ancient Hellenic civilization was enhanced by the proximity of the archetype antiquities, which were freed from posterior additions. Drawing only on classical typology and morphology, Greek neoclassicism was pure, without efforts to incorporate any vernacular forms. So, also, lots of Byzantine and Ottoman structures were demolished in a conscious effort to efface the signs that might recall the past. The new style quickly became quite popular in Athens, inspiring the local craftsmen to masterfully adapt the neoclassical motifs on simpler, smaller houses too. As you see, this was demolished. As a result, At the beginning of the 20th century, the urban environment was almost homogeneous, reflecting the chosen political vision, but however, its aim to reverse people's fundamental values, habits, and relations was only partly fulfilled due to a mismatch between the ideology behind the architecture and the country's socio-economic structures that remain mostly traditional. Eventually, major political events during the first decades of the 20th century created a rupture, changing the national territory and anthropogeography. In 1912 to 13, the Greek state doubled in size and population due to victories during the Balkan Wars, and 10 years later, in 1922 to 23, 1.3 million Greek refugees from Asia Minor were added to the country's population as a consequence of the painful defeats during the Greek-Turkish War of 1919 to 1922. Roughly a quarter were settled in Athens, almost doubling the population of the city in a few months. The curtailment, Greek expansion dreams, and the challenge of assimilating the refugees who came from a different environment pushed Greeks to open up towards a more pragmatic concept of Greekness by ideologically upgrading their Byzantine and vernacular tradition and introducing architectural modernism. As the country was moving towards a more inclusive hybridization of its culture, the capital's iconography of the interwar years reflected that tendency. Moderate modernism coexisted with a simpler neoclassicism, together with some buildings inspired by Byzantine vernacular, eclectic, even Art Deco and Art Nouveau styles, while informal structures were tolerated in the effort to cope with the compelling housing needs of the refugees. In order to facilitate private residential property investment, the government enacted in 1929 a law which led to a new building type, the medium-rise and medium-size terraced multifamily block of flats with cantilevered balconies called polykatikia. The new polykatikias were designed by good modernist architects and had amenities that many existing buildings lack, as central heating, elevators, etc. They were embraced by the urban bourgeoisie as a status symbol of modernity. Unfortunately, the maturation of the cultural continuum was totally broken off in the 40s. World War II, the Nazi occupation, and the ensuing civil war from 1945 to 49 were particularly disastrous, and Greece suffered enormous human, social, and economic costs. Therefore, in the post-Civil War years, the pressure for delivering quick economic development and reconstruction was immense. In a context of a backward economy and in an efficient public sector, large infrastructure projects, agriculture and tourism were prioritized as key public investments, while housing and urban development was mostly left to the private sector. The latter had to meet the needs of the impoverished population, as well as of a large flow of domestic new migrants who flocked to the nation's capital in search of employment. The discourse was no more on soaring national visions or architectural sensitivities, but on practices for facilitating functional city activities and improving individual life standards. In the construction boom that followed, polykatikia became the predominant building type, but in a less refined style than its predecessor of the mid-war years. Its reinforced concrete frame with clustered brick walls could adapt easily to any plot, however small or irregular it might be, and the structure was flexible enough to accommodate various urban functions as housing, services, retail, etc. The main tool for something wrong?
Miss Philippopoulou, it's time to conclude, please.
Yes. It reinforced the main tool for the development was a bottom-up invented system of agreement between landowners and developers called antiparochi. The landowner offers the land and gets built flats in return. The sharing ratio depending on the land value and the size of the built-up area, the latter calculated according to the floor space index refined by the authorities. The system became extremely popular. It was well suited to small-scale projects, which were the vast majority, built by small development or construction companies without huge investments or state subsidies. Greek society values home ownership as a priority, with the extended family often supporting access to it by devoting family savings and bank loans to this purpose. Quoting architect Alkiviadis Christophelis, it has been the petit bourgeois epic of modern architecture. Property development and construction sector recorded a very strong increase in the 60s, 70s and 80s, while from 60s, 70s and 80s. While from the early 90s, periods of contractions alternated with periods of growth. During the golden year, the sector was one of the driving forces of the Greek economy. It provided jobs and affordable accommodation of various sizes and types of apartments and commercial facilities under the concept of mixed-use development, thus preventing segregation, but there were unintended consequences too. Under the dynamics of rapid and largely unplanned or rather anarchic urbanization, polykatikias were built hurriedly and cheaply, the importance of aesthetic value subsided, public and urban green spaces were not secured, the role of architects and urban planners were marginalized. As a collateral damage, the historical continuity of the urban fabric was disrupted because many neoclassic and mid-war buildings were demolished. Through the decades, hundreds of thousands of polykatikias have formed the idiosyncratic scape of Athens. No high-rise buildings have been allowed as not to disturb the view to the Acropolis, except for very few, mainly during the 1967 to 74 dictatorship period, the tallest being 100-meter high, this one. Nor have the recent global architectural cult of bigness and cult of iconic found fertile soil in Athens. Nowadays, a metropolitan area of approximately 3.8 million people, about 40% of the country's population, has replaced the community of 4,000 inhabitants of 1830. Athens' urban development shows that cities are bound to the prevailing collective mentality. The Athens iconography has been the product of the difficult and incomplete transition from the Greek Eastern familistic and localistic dimension of communal mindset to an ex nihilo big city urbanity, to a civic mindedness and duty beyond family and friends. For some time now, buildings erected during that period have started to look aged and neglected, with graffiti tags reflecting anger against authority. Coupled with demographic and financial changes, some city districts, mainly former middle-class neighborhoods, are declining. The degrading image of building facades and public spaces is a contrast to the tidy and clean Athenian personal home interiors, or to the outdoor spaces of small Greek towns and villages, which are pleasant and friendly places of community interaction. Can the image change? From time to time, policies get promoted on their author's promise to redirect the agenda of the city. However, due to their restricted and short-sighted nature, the outcomes do not fulfill the good intentions. Quoting the Finnish architect Juhani Palasma, architecture relates, mediates, and projects meanings. The pathologies of the Athenian human-constructed environment in the post-war years are due not to lack of stylistic frames, but to the absence of shared modern civic references. Nowadays, as technology and globalization alter the way we live, work, and relate to one another, an integrated, future-oriented vision for the country could be the motivation factor for its capital's urban transformation too. Cities need symbols as well as plans of urban interventions and contemporary architectural creations. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I did follow the time.
Now is the time for Professor Nicholas Patsavos, Associate Professor for Architecture, Department of Architecture, University of Ioannina. The title of his paper is Cypriot Architecture or Architecture in Cyprus, Ultimately Notes. Please, Professor Patsavos.
Hello, can you see my screen with the PowerPoint?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So, my presentation basically discusses the political and other concerns related to the invention and imposition of a certain Cypriot architectural, if not cultural and national identity throughout British colonial rule of the Mediterranean island. Following the first relative historical and applied studies by British and local architects and archaeologists, the study moves on with key architectural discourses and episodes related to the national uprise of the island's Greek community, the unification struggle, and the troubled times after the declaration of independence. The paper focuses on the Cypriot example as a paradigmatic opportunity to address the wider questions regarding the formation of local architectural identities on the basis of contested territories and traditions. In this, the presentation will be supported that in this presentation, it will be mainly supported that besides the need for a thorough documentation of the processes described above, what is constantly needed is to redefine the possible meanings entailed in the attempt to construct and contextualize a new local architectural culture still needing to be determined. I'm using in these slides examples from a special issue of the journal Architectoniki, Architecture in Greece, in 1966, which was edited and specially focused on presenting Cyprus to the Greek and the international audience. The East is an integral part of the European material culture. With these words, Edward Said introduced a much discussed work hypothesis that puts the production of British colonial architecture in Cyprus under the torment of the following questions. What necessities led the British colonial administration to define a specific in terms of its stylistic, typological, and material identity architecture in Cyprus? How did this particular architectural practice, which was primarily cultural and geographical, relate to the wider political and ideological context of its production? How did architects, both British and Cypriots, of the Department of Public Works define Cyprus in their work, and how did this imaginary representation define the architecture reality on and off the island in general? What is the significance of all the above questions today? The takeover of the island's rule by the British was initially perceived as a rather temporary situation, which only after the complete annexation of Cyprus in 1925 led to a systematic and complete long-term strategy of integration into the wider operation structure of the British Empire. Nevertheless, as early as 1882, the new detailed mapping of Cyprus by Lord Kitchener signaled the clear intention to record reality and subsequently to reorganize it with a view to projecting in general the political agenda for the management of the island. Starting with regional and city planning and continuing along all design scales, reaching the level of determining the morphological identity of Cypriot architecture, the British administration tried on the one hand to maximize the cost-benefit ratio from the possession of the island, on the other hand to produce a rhetorical fact that would retrospectively unrelate the cultural identity of Cyprus from other competing national ideologies, predominantly the Greek one. Besides that, a simple look at the colonial administration archives of the time is enough to demonstrate that many investments in network and building infrastructure were aimed mainly at strengthening the controllability and at facilitating the outflow of resources from Cyprus to Great Britain. In this remark, I owe much to my colleague Michalis Yulas, who has worked a lot on the state archives. Added to that, Cypriot style was identified by means of not just the historical elements selected and reconstructed, but even more importantly by the ones strategically silenced or downgraded. For example, the short period of Richard Lionheart's occupation of Cyprus during the Crusades and the Gothic past of the island was outlined as one of its most important characteristics, highlighting in that way the historical continuities relating the present to the heroic past of the place. In short, Cyprus had to become Cypriot to become British. This project was initiated rather awkwardly, as there were cases of direct transfer of other Eastern models from the Indian subcontinent and the tropic colonies of the empire. But then it became more and more precise how rhetorically, typologically, and structurally the architecture on the island took on a distinct and recognizable architectural language that was not simply left in the hands of architects, but was gradually adopted both by local ruling class, but also spread to the anonymous everyday constructions through the know-how that local craftsmen had incorporated into their common practices. Thus was what initially began as a political representation of Cypriotism eventually became an established reality, and as such one can no longer deny its importance to the place and its cultural identity. The issue of the Cyprus Museum, old and new, offers an excellent opportunity to discuss the above. An international two-stage architectural competition was recently completed after decades of discussion and preparation. The existing building was built in 1908 and between 1908 actually and 24 during the years of British rule, following the initiative of the active Cyprus Museum Committee. In the international architectural competition that was announced at that time, the proposal of the Acropolis restorer, Balanos, was approved based on the doricity and scalability, the transformability of the proposal, but also with a series of comments from the jury in general and specifically, in particular, George Jeffrey, the director of Cyprus Ancient Monuments Ephorate at those days. The British architect, a distinguished scholar of the island and its cultural capital, had already made a significant contribution to the promotion of the idea of creating the Cyprus Museum with the aim of preserving and showing the archaeological finds of Cypriot excavations. More specifically, as stated by researchers of modern Cypriot architecture, such as Despina Pilidou and Kostas Georgiou, Jeffrey's objections concerned practical issues such as the possible impossibility of direct supervision of the work by Balanos due to his physical distance from Nicosia, the height of the rooms and the provided materials, but also ideologically regarding the symbolic Greekness of the propylon of the facade and the general architecture of the museum. Jeffrey described Balanos' proposal as lacking in knowledge of the place and managed to undertake rather exclusively the seemingly necessary compositional adaptation of the original plans by Balanos. The issue had already been raised under the name Cyprus, as the content of the term was yet to be determined. The fragmented history of the island had raised concerns from the beginning about the cultural identity of Cypriot history and archaeology. At the same time, the British administration had to, especially after the accession of Cyprus to the Crown Gems, had to historically prove its own political claims on the island by displacing or suspending at the same time any Greek or other competitive strategies. Jeffrey's role in the architectural and archaeological, largely identical in principle at those days, matters of Cyprus has undoubtedly been top-notch. He systematically recorded and documented the historical architectural wealth of the island, studied with sharpness and insight special issues such as the restoration of the Cathedral of Agios Nikolaos in Famagusta, Amohostos. The Cyprus Museum, as eventually implemented, should be credited to him. The Jeffrey propylon of the museum, as it was finally built, is an excellent opportunity to clarify the different strategies behind the use of classicism, both morphologically and typologically, as well as structurally in relation to the choice of material, for example. Not every propylon is the same. Balanos' original supposed intention for a purely Greek architectural symbol, unfortunately his plans have not been saved, was transformed through the British architect's address as an international symbol of artistic value. Let us not forget, of course, that even in Greece, from the first days of the construction of the new capital of the neoclassical kingdom, Athens, the rebirth of Greece, its transition from the sphere of ideas to the space and time of the real, was the subject of two conflicting as well as closely related conceptions which operated as a double bind for the evolution of the modern kingdom. Classicism as the language of Western architecture on the one hand, and classicism as the symbol of Greek nationalism on the other. Who is a Greek? Is it Greek Adams, the British classicist architects, or the Greek Kleanthis in a way? Is Athens a European, according to Leo von Klenze case, or a national one? The two dimensions of classicism are not identical, and in extreme cases, one goes so far as to exclude the other. The internationalist approach of dimension, as accordingly its nationalist adoption within the framework of the great idea, Megali Idea, led to ethnocentric or even xenophobic perceptions. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that even today, as Dimitris Philippidis had pointed out, this question has not been answered and has been the constant, in a way, question generating the discourse of modern Greek architecture. During the discussion that followed the recent presentation by Petros Pokaidis at the National Technical University of Athens, entitled Uses and Abuses of the Past Architecture and Politics in Colonial Cyprus, opened a heated dialogue about the importance of the ideological axis as a tool for interpreting architectural and cultural practice in general. As the speaker of the evening and many attendees aptly pointed out, such as Professor Manolis Kores, the question is whether in architecture political and ideological stakes play a dominant role, and in this sense make it a field for the negotiation of ideas and practices. Kores looked for other coordinates to which the corresponding problematic could be applied, also proposing in this discussion the Italian occupied Dodecanese in early 20th century. At the same time, he sought the limits of a similar approach, citing Heinrich Hübsch's "In What Style Should We Build?" Famous essay. Already, the reference to the German architect does not seem to allow us to overcome the reef of ideology, since the final argument that led to a long debate over this text in 19th century Germany was as paradoxical as it was enlightening. German architecture cannot be based on Greece, we mean ancient in that, Romanesque, Gothic, or any other historical style. What signifies the concept of Germanism will be the Germanity will be the very expression of quality of construction. The expression of the tectonic dimension of architecture as a symbol of German culture and technique. So construction as a style, an idea that overthrows any attempt to limit the problem within the innocent field, in a way, of architectural style, and shifts the very objectivity of the technique into the murky waters of ideology. Corret's position, nevertheless, allows us, in closing this last note, to restate the original question following the concluding reasoning. Choosing the right style is an issue that answers not only ideological priorities, but also inherently architectural practice parameters. Economy, floor plan flexibility, climatic factors, available materials, and building know-how, etc. At the same time, however, the meaning of a historical rhythm is not consolidated. It evolves and is restructured historically, obtaining new meanings in its relation to different contexts. The same style is not the same when cited by different people in different contexts. Therefore, even any interpretation of past architectural practices and choices is part of the era in which it was articulated. Perhaps then the greatest value of this discussion lies in the values and needs of our time, and paraphrasing Nietzsche's untimely meditation, to our own rough needs. Closing our presentation, which is a very brief historical and critical note, we should not neglect the reference to the shifts that this whole narrative presented during the short but intense British rule of Cyprus, especially after the war, as well as elements that will testify to the symbolic attitude of the Cypriot people themselves and the main actors of the national idea in Cyprus before and after independence. The collapse in practice of the British imperial idea after World War II led the UK to adopt a much more technocratic ideology structured along the axis of the rational mutual modernization of society and space. Similar architectural approaches flourished in Cyprus, for example, the sanatorium of Kyperunda in 1943 and the police housing complex in Morfita in 1958. The new political arguments has now highlighted the effectiveness of the British administration as the main reason for its legitimacy. On the contrary, educational and ecclesiastical circles on the island continued preaching the gospel of neoclassicism to the extent that it symbolized the national center and the Greekness of Cyprus. The final recognition of the independence of Cyprus in 1960 brought the Cypriot architects who undertook the reconstruction of the new state, but also their foreign colleagues who participated in many of the international efforts to support it, to the need for a new redefinition of the character of the Cypriot architecture, an effort that may still be pending. We must realize the complex and unique process of producing our identity in order to contribute critically to its constant renewal and reproduction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Professor Patsavos, for your interesting paper. Now is the time of the Professor Vasilis Kolonas, an architect, professor of the Department of Architecture in the University of Thessaloniki. The title is The Chicago School at the Banks of the Suez Canal. Please.
Yes, good morning.
Professor Kolonas.
I will bring you a little bit more to the south, to the banks of the Suez Canal. In the second half of the 19th century, the major engineering works undertaken in Egypt, in particular the opening of the Suez Canal, had attracted a considerable number of workers who came mainly from the Dodecanese Islands. Almost 5 of the 7,000 European workers who worked in the canal sites were of Greek origin. The role of the Greek communities in the 3 important cities of the canal was not limited to religious and educational fields. The 3 cities is Port Said, Ismailia, and Suez. It encompasses all the social and economic activities of a coherent entity that chooses the perspective of a permanent establishment instead of a temporary stay, while very consciously developing the identity of the resident and not that of an immigrant or a settler. Thus, the first workers in the Suez Canal, pilots and sailors, who will gradually settle in the towns of the Isthmus with their families and set up the first communities by founding churches and schools, will be followed by traders, freelancers, scientists who will support and highlight these early settlements as thriving and prosperous communities. They participate in the communal life of the three major cities, Port Said, Ismailia, and Suez. They take part in demonstrations of social and union action. They organize themselves into brotherhoods. They establish clubs, cultural and literary associations. They organize sports venues. Also, at the initiative of their members, they proceed in the construction of a series of buildings that may host public activities necessary for community development, luxury trade, catering, and leisure. But it remains today. Greeks settled like other European in the European part of the cities, but it is not uncommon to find buildings belonging to Greeks in indigenous neighborhoods. Most of these buildings are owned by merchants who had a shop on the ground floor. Apart from commercial reasons, it is also necessary to pinpoint the closer ties between the natives and the Greeks compared to other foreign communities. It is important to be aware of the existence today of an exceptional building stock closely linked to the commercial and lucrative activities of the members of the Greek communities. All these buildings, regardless of their use and their specific name, constitute different versions of a new type of building which is flooding the European districts of Port Said, mainly, less in Ismailia and Suez, and the high-rise building. Apart from the main streets and squares, which have arcade facades, always Port Said, all other streets had their facades entirely lined with wooden construction in the form of superimposed galleries. These galleries offered the apartments a protection against the sun and to the street a continuous covered passage. They constitute a continuity of the local tradition during the first phase of construction of the cities of Port Said and Ismailia. These old buildings, located around the Lesseps Square and the Rue de Commerce, made up of a ground floor surmounted by a single floor, have not been replaced by investment buildings since their commercial use has been continuous and profitable. To return to the street fronts of Port Said with their superimposed galleries, this second wooden facade gives to the city, apart from a homogeneous appearance, a specific quasi-colonial character. Looking for models of this architecture, one must turn to the British and French colonies overseas, rather than to metropolitan France or England, and in particular to the dwelling influenced by the Indian bungalow. During the 19th century, the bungalow was to be built in various shapes and in different parts of the world, and not only by British settlers in India. Nevertheless, from the beginning, it was to stand out as the specific contribution of the Bengal engineers to the cottage architecture of Romanticism. It was created as an original interpretation and a synthesis based on the functional possibilities of these prototypes, both Indian and European. The British, for their domestic architecture in India, in order to accommodate the country's severe hot climate in their buildings, looked towards the bungalow. Originally, a thatched roof hut of Bengal, hence the name, which shaded the main structure, was first developed as a colonial residence in India and spread across the empire from Australia to Africa. The Indian bungalow is the quintessential verandated building, an elementary housing unit of British colonial architecture, which, transported to all the territories of the empire, with a hot climate, becomes the symbol of the modernization of construction in European quarters from the Indian Ocean to the Caribbean. There, in West India, the French meets the British suburban architectural tradition and gives birth to the widespread colonial style that prevailed in the southern states of America. This building type follows a similar path along the road to India, which since the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 crosses the Mediterranean, serving the ports of Gibraltar, Malta, Cyprus, of course port side, Aden and Ceylon, all colonial territories or protectorates of the British Empire. This bungalow, after being introduced by the Suez Canal Company to the first chalet of its high-ranking officials, it has flourished in the canal cities with expansions in height reaching the 5 floors in order to better meet the demands imposed by speculation on land value, occupying entire building blocks both in the indigenous areas and in the European quarters. Exploitations of urban land has reached its peak, while intense commercial activity has pushed up land prices. Subsequently, the growth of speculation led the construction sector to a great boom. A real Chicago school, resulting from a similar socio-economic context, is formed along the canal, and its wooden skylines call upon the facades of the first period of the school when the height did not exceed the 8 floors. Louis Sullivan, the most influential architect of his day and the most eminent representative of the so-called Chicago School, in his most famous essay, The Tall Office Building Artistically Considered, was able to give aesthetic unity in buildings that were tall through the meaning of his credo, form follows function. Sullivanesque style has come to be known as the tripartite design for tall buildings, 3 definitive exterior patterns for the 3 functions of a multiple-use skyscraper with offices rising from commercial space and topped with the ventilating functions of attic space. With the ground floor for shops and a number of respective floors, which emphasize the verticality of their facades, these buildings introduced functionalism in the canal cities and marked their iconography for more than 50 years. They are still today a coherent and unique entity in the history of Mediterranean and Middle East architecture. The evolution of the Indian bungalow and its transformation into a wooden skyscraper would have created, of course, mutatis mutandis, the Chicago School along the Suez Canal. Thanks to a cross-search in situ, inscriptions, bibliography, testimonies, and in the archives of land sales of the Canal Company, the number of buildings with wooden galleries identified as Greek properties reaches circa the number of 20. It is important to note that the same typology is adopted in the design for the branch of the Ottoman Bank of Sportside. The plans, which are kept in the archives of the Ottoman Bank in Istanbul, were drawn up by an entrepreneur and amateur architect named Bazinas. Thus, although the construction of high-rise buildings with wooden galleries derives from traditional forms, it had a strong impact on the design of a highly official architecture. This building was demolished in 1938. And some corner buildings, there was at the same time an arcade facade and a facade with wooden galleries according to the building regulation and the street layout. Despite the uniformity of the facades with wooden galleries, neoclassical details such as columns, Corinthian capitals, and pediments will often decorate the entrance doors. In the 1930s, in certain cases where the architect did not want to choose a modern style, wooden galleries were simply replaced by concrete almost identically. However, apart from this specific typology of buildings with arcades and wooden galleries, the buildings in the cities of the Suez Canal adopt in their great majority the eclectic forms of the early 20th century, similar to the street fronts of Alexandria, before modern and Art Deco architecture becomes the preferred choice of owners and architects. To conclude, I hope that after having completed this research on the architectural activity of Greeks of Port-Said, mainly, and of Ismaili and Suez secondarily, this architectural heritage that is so important for the iconography of today's neglected cities will be preserved and enhanced by funding the noteworthy place it deserves next to those of Alexandria and Cairo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kolonas, for your interesting and stimulating presentation. Now it is the time of Dr. Ido Ginat, MDS from Schenker College and Bezalel Academy of Arts and Design in Jerusalem. The title is of his paper, Planning a Civilization, Constructing a Zionist Landscape in International Exhibitions Between World Wars.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, all right.
Yes. Thank you very much. And can you see my presentation on your screen now?
Of course. Yes, it's all right.
Okay, well, thank
We
you
can
very
see.
much. Yes, I'm not a doctor yet. I'm working on my PhD and I'm teaching at Shenkar and as well as in Bezalel Academy. Thank you for having me. I'll start with the presentation. Well, my presentation and my current research expands on the ways and means by which the Zionist ethos has been constructed through participation in international exhibitions and world affairs between the two world wars. It focuses on the measures taken to represent the Palestinian or Eretz Israeli landscape and the Zionist construction project as exemplars of a Western modernization process and as a successful model of nationalist and social reform conceptions. The rationale for the paper is that Zionist organizations had to exert efforts in order to consolidate the conceptual connections between the ideas of Jewish nationalism and the Jewish cultural and geographic physical locale. The presentation highlights the connection between the different agendas and messages conveyed and the visual and architectural means used. A few words about international exhibitions. These exhibitions in which Zionist organizations participated were part of a lineage of world's fairs and exhibitions that started out in the mid-19th century with the Crystal Palace exhibit in London's Great Exhibition of Works of Industry of All Nations of 1851. Together with numerous others that followed in the late 19th century, these exhibits developed into forms of competition between nations. The state-of-the-art displays were intended to boost nationalistic ego and were a stage on which nations projected a utopian future. The world's fairs were probably the largest and most concentrated expression of Adorno's notion of the culture industry, an all-encompassing agglomeration of effects and stimulations in mass media forms that were intended to sell a standardized idea to the masses. The exhibitions were also a place where an intricate relationship was formed between scientific practices and the colonial modus operandi. They were arenas of ethnographic showcases, the agglomeration of the European praxis of classifying, picturing, and narrating the colonial others. As such, the exhibitions and fairs became a platform to celebrate Western modernity and to depict a quote-unquote better tomorrow. It is within this framework that this presentation situates the importance of these exhibitions for the Zionist institutions in the early part of the 20th century. Their idea of equating the role of Zionism with the advancing of modernity in the Levant through a nationalist display mechanism. As of the 1920s, Jewish organizations, both from the diaspora and as well as in the Yeshuv, which is the name of the Jewish settlement in Palestine in Hebrew, they participated in many exhibitions of various scales, trade shows, international exhibitions, and world's fairs. mainly with the intent of spurring trade and investment in Palestine and for promoting Jewish settlement. The first prominent exhibit of Jewish achievements in Palestine was staged at the British Empire exhibition of 1924, where a Palestine pavilion was part of the many British colonial pavilions constructed around Wembley Stadium. Jewish pavilions depicting the Yishuv had also been built for the Exposition Coloniale Internationale in Paris in 1931, and the Exposition Internationale des Arts et Techniques dans la Vie Moderne in Paris in 1937. Smaller exhibits had been organized for varied trade exhibitions that were produced around the world in the late 20s and early 30s. Because of the limited scope of time, I will focus on the Jewish Palestine Pavilion of 1939, that was the largest and most articulated effort before the establishment of the State of Israel. Barbara Kirschenbach-Gimblet, in her essay about the pavilion, proclaims that the idea of the World Fairs and the New York World Fair especially aimed at forming a mirror image or a miniature representation of the actual world. Through the idea of bringing the entire world into one space and forming an envisioned totality, she follows through to argue that within this framework, the Jewish Palestine Pavilion attempted a similar feat, to perform a Jewish state into being by, quote, exploiting the slippage between the world itself and the world of the fair to perform de facto statehood. The location and the name of the pavilion were central to the ability of the organizers to display their participation as equal to a nation state. The personal acquaintance of key figures of the board of directors with the president of the World Fair helped the pavilion organizers to secure a site as early as December 1937. At first, they secured it within the government zone, where spaces were reserved for state-sponsored exhibits. However, due to absence of approval from the British government, the fair administration relocated the pavilion outside of the government area and into the community interest zone. Nonetheless, the new site was bigger and adjacent to the governmental section, which was seen by the organizers as somewhat a tenable compromise. Without the approval of the British government, the fair authorities would not allow the organizers to call it a Palestine Pavilion, and several names were suggested by the organizers, including Eretz Israel Pavilion and Jewish National Home in Palestine exhibit. But beyond the refusal of the British government for that name and the eventual name that was agreed upon, the Jewish Palestine Pavilion, the British actually assured the leadership of the Zionists in Palestine that they would not oppose the endeavor. Another and perhaps more central point of contention than the name of the pavilion was the issue of the national flag. The flag was eventually placed after some political wrangling in the lineup of the flags along the bridge of flags in front of the Fair Administration building. In a sense, the incorporation of the Jewish Palestine Pavilion of visual and temporal codes, such as also pomps and circumstance events, that represented other nation states, both in the world at large and in the realm of the fair. These incorporations consolidated the status of the Jewish Palestine as a sovereign national entity. While the fair acted as a world within a world, its use of the same codes of power representation created a narrative by which Jewish Palestine gained recognition in the public image. The flag, the name, and the use of stately attributes and pomp performed, in the words of Barbara Kirschenbach, the state into being. I wish to discuss display mechanisms. In the case of representing Palestine to an audience that was not necessarily acquainted with the geography or culture of the Jewish experience in Palestine, or even to the Jewish condition at large, the pavilion sponsor's task was the translation of the Palestine experience into a narrative that could be accessed as an exemplar of the ideas they wish to convey. Their strategy involved a unique combination of transporting a distant realm through both themes and means of display. The design of the Jewish Palestine Pavilion in its context was in accord with the organizers' desire to show that, I'm quoting, in 1938, Jewish Palestine was a reality. Its towns, villages, schools, hospitals, and cultural institutions had risen in a land that until our coming had been derelict and waste. The organizer continues and says, I wanted a miniature Palestine in Flushing Meadows, New York. The architecture of the pavilion wished to embody two main themes that were to be representation of Jewish Palestine, a place that was part of the Eastern Mediterranean on the one hand, with the imbued traits of a centuries-old culture, and a place that through which the Jewish settlement was able to connect to this past, to connect this past to the world of tomorrow, and thus realize a modern utopia. In a booklet that was disseminated to Jews around the United States in order to support the pavilion and to raise money, Mayor Weisgall, the director, described the building's architectural aspirations in the following manner. I'm quoting, "The pavilion is conceived in the age-old tradition of the Mediterranean lands. A building group facing inwards onto the landscaped patio court, reflecting the spirit of the East, but executed in the construction idiom of today, with simple, straightforward material." End of quote. The design, which was in line with what could be described as quote-unquote international style or Neue Zeitlichkeit architectural idiom that developed in Europe in the first half of the 20th century and influenced the architectural designs in Tel Aviv of the 1930s. Ariel Hanani, the architect, used this modern style in a similar language to his designs for pavilions at the Tel Aviv Levant Fair, but it was very different from what he designed for the Palestine Pavilion at the 1931 Paris Colonial Exposition. This design was laden with Orientalist motifs, such as domed roof and the stone cladding of some of its parts. The choice of designing the New York Pavilion in a style that coincides with the latest fashions in Europe conveyed the modern ideas that were important in expressing the Zionist project as a part of modernization and progress. The design was akin to other pavilions in the fair, and to the use of a tower in the composition was also echoing the symbols of the fair at large, the sphere and the trigon. In a sense, El-Hanani, the architect, his architecture was able to incorporate both the symbolic codes of internationalism and modernity, as well as symbolic connotations of a Mediterranean place. The tower actually combined three cultural codes. In addition to being referential to the modernist trilon and in having the Jewish symbol of the menorah at its top, written descriptions of the director suggested that the tower was, quote, symbolic of those that guard the water supply and lives of Jewish colonists in Palestine. In recreating Palestine, the director believed that in order to summon the atmosphere, quote unquote, of Eretz Israel, it was important to transport not only the images and the themes, but also the materials themselves. And I'm quoting him, "As a matter of principle, Palestine products have been used as the material for the preparation of exhibits wherever possible, and the use of imported goods is limited only to such materials that are not produced in this country." End of quote. I would argue that the choice of importing materials was also made important by the fact that materiality proved to be an underlying theme of the overall narrative. By this, I mean that the narrative itself focused on the materiality of the Jewish experience in Palestine, that the transformation of Jewish people into a nation in Palestine involved the reshaping of materials of the land, forestation, draining of the swamps, carving and molding infrastructure into the terrain, and building towns and villages. The notion was made vivid right from the first hall of the display, the Hall of Transformation, where the left wall was covered by photomurals showing the key transformation of the land: desert to towns, swamp to farms, hills to forests. The Hall of Agriculture had exhibited real fruit in preservatives and harvested in different months of the year. Each panel also had an inscription of the Hebrew calendarial month and engravings corresponding to the zodiac sign. The Hall of Industry had cabinets displaying the products of modern industries such as wines, canned goods, fabrics, leather, and metalwork. It also exhibited, in relation to the industries of the Dead Sea, a statue of Lot's wife made of basalt from Tiberias along a row of glass tubes filled with chemical products from the Dead Sea. One of the main vehicles of expressing a message through the pavilion was the creation of a narrative that the display was made to follow, the narrative of self and group transformation of the Jewish people via the process of immigration to Palestine and its development. The pavilion's main building was divided into several halls through which the visitors would visit in a linear fashion, meaning that once the visitors would enter the building, they would move from hall to hall in a designated direction. The visitors would enter through the memorial entrance, then proceed to the halls representing achievements of Jewish colonization. The Hall of Transformation, followed by Hall of Agriculture, Town Planning, Industry, and Hall of Culture and Education, Hall of Labor and New Social Forms, and Hall of Health. The progression of movement from hall to hall, a layout type that is a traditional form of museum display, allowed the designers to create a linear narrative. Each hall presented a theme, but the overarching story was designed telling the story of how the settlement in Palestine was instrumental in making a transformative process in the life of the Jews. Yes. In the Jewish eyes, the process of transformation from individuals into a people by a process of reclamation of the land should have struck familiar. Sorry? Is everything okay?
It's time to conclude, please.
Okay. I will just address one more issue that is important for me, and that is the question, the Arab question. The board of directors was split on how to incorporate the political message into the exhibit, with some non-Zionists warning that direct propaganda might deter visitors. It was decided to incorporate the political message into exhibit to show only by implication and subtly integrate the argument of the Arab-Jewish relations into existing plan of the exhibit without adding a separate wall. The way in which the situation vis-a-vis the Arabs was addressed is epitomized by double-page photos that were placed alongside an article in the Palestine book, The Catalogue. The article was titled Jews and Soil Reunited, and it was illustrated by a double-page photo above the title. On the left page, a photo of arid land dunes, and on the right, a flourishing agricultural village. The images portray the main theme of the article, the role of the Jewish pioneers in revitalizing a desolated land. The article introduced and glorified the role of Jewish National Fund in financing land acquisition and development. It is evident that the article was a promotional piece aimed at American Jews in an effort to harness more funds, but imagery suggested clear difference between the condition of Palestine before and after Jewish colonization. The caption for the pictures aptly read, "A study in contrast." The contrast was stressed throughout the exhibit, was one that equated Jewish colonization with modernization and progress, and the Arab settlement with backwardness and underdevelopment. This line of thought represented an Orientalist, colonialist idea of the role of colonization as a harbinger of modernization, and colonizers as benefactors that bestow benefits of Europe onto the underdeveloped natives. The Jewish Yishuv, or the Jewish colonization, as sort of carrying the white man's burden. So in conclusion, I just will say a few words. The objective of the sponsors was to express the notion that Palestine was a de facto Jewish state, a nation among nations. This was achieved by utilizing the symbolic perception of the World's Fair as a mirror image of the world at large, and expounding the status of the pavilion as equal to other national pavilions through the use of standardized visual symbolism of national states otherwise. The display of the modernization of Palestine was also key in addressing the general public in the organizers' aim to equate Jewish development of Palestine with the progressive forces of the world that the fair at large wished to promote and celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ginat, for your participation. Now is the time of the Professor Amalia Kotsaki Associate Professor at School of Architecture, Technical University of Crete. The title of his paper, Crete, East and West Spatial Imprints in Pendulum Motion. Please.
Thank you very much. I'll try to find, just a moment, to share my screen, but I don't find screen one, perhaps this. No. It's okay, no.
Not yet.
Not yet, but I don't know what happened. Just a moment. I'm sorry. I can't find my... Ah, okay. I think I will find it. Yes. It's okay. It's okay. Everything is all right?
Yes, all right.
Thank you very much. So, Crete, having been, thank you very much for the introduction. And now my presentation. Crete, East and West, spatial imprints in pendulum motion. Crete, having been subject to consecutive conquests in its long history, is one of the Greek regions oscillating like a pendulum between East and West. Successive occupiers used in large proportion pre-existing buildings constructed by the previous conqueror, especially big-scale administration and religious buildings, while pursuing to express their sovereignty in the field of architecture and urban planning. The aim of this presentation is to examine the architectural and urban expression of the transition from each conquering power to the next, and in fact from east to west and vice versa. The study involves civic and religious buildings in Crete, which have been used by consecutive conquerors as expressions of the urban presence of its incumbent or state entity. As far as the character of each conquest phase is concerned, the Venetian and the Ottoman rule clearly identify with the West and the East respectively, whereas the union with Greece is clearly a shift to the West, since there is historical proof of the fact that the Greek state made a conscious effort to get close to Western institutions. This presentation will emphasize the architectural expression of the transition from Ottoman rule to the Cretan Union with Greece, but also the period of the Cretan state, a semi-autonomous political entity dependent upon the presence of the Greek powers, who are clearly considered as the representatives of the West. In the first years of the Venetian rule, 10th century, the presence of the conquerors was highlighted by fortification projects. The new town centers radiated outwards from the piazza, the main square, becoming a cultural and social hub with new landmarks, such as the loggia, fountains, etc., along the lines of St. Mark's Square in Venice. It was, moreover, the time when small settlements grew into civic centers, obviously under the influence of the Venetians in terms of planning. The year 1646 marked the start of the Turkish occupation. On the onset of the Ottoman rule and until the end of the 17th century, Venetian architectural traits did not change much. A formal ban disallowing towns to spread outside the fortifications in conjunction with an resulted in the addition of extra stories and features, such as floating bay windows, to existing buildings by using light structural elements and materials which subsequently altered the Venetian character of urban and street planning. The conversion of all churches into mosques and the less frequent construction of new religious buildings echoed the presence of the Ottoman Empire throughout the urban tissue of Cretan towns, while smaller edifices such as turbes, hammams, and Islamic schools complemented and enriched urban landscape. The new town centers in Crete moved the very center of the urban space away from the main square, the Venetian piazza, and closer to the Mahala, the neighborhood, each with a mosque in its core. Nevertheless, the most iconic and civic buildings of the Ottoman era, resonating the presence of Turkey and the Orient as a result thereof on the island, were built in the second half of the 19th century. These were mostly infrastructure projects, administrative buildings and government houses, dikiteria, barracks, prisons, and hospitals, meant to house the institution of the so-called heart of the administration. They were constructed during the Tanzimat, 1839 to 1876, a period of reforms to modernize the Ottoman Empire, and a time in the oven with the idea of Europeanization or Westernization, as Ottoman towns and cities were actually being immensely influenced by the West. Upon the Turkish forces leaving the island in 1898, the newly founded Cretan state realized there was an imperative need to house the new administrative authorities while clearly articulating its passage from east to west, even more so by means of public buildings as the civic expression of rover institutions. The building stock of modern Ottoman buildings constructed in recent years was a safe way to tackle that problem. We shall venture to outline the transition by means of case studies of public buildings situated in the big four town centers of Crete by discussing primarily government houses and military barracks, which were built within the framework of a wider program aimed at having a dikiterio government house in most Greek towns that were under Turkish occupation and in general throughout the territory of the Ottoman Empire with a view to enhancing its presence and modernizing its image. So, the first one, the Ottoman hospital turned government house in Chania. On May 2, 1881, the General Assembly of Cretans voted in favor of classifying the roads of Chania in 4 distinct categories: public, provincial, municipal, and rural, while acknowledging the urgent need to allow for settlements outside the walls, as the whole town inside was overflowed with its population. That decision marked the start of an expansion of Chania towards the area of Kalepa, where subsequently private manors and public buildings were erected. The most prominent amongst them, the Ottoman hospital, was built towards the end of the occupation on a prime location, facing a big square where the main boulevards met. In 1893, Michail Savakis won on record as the supervising engineer, and he later made reference to Nikalos Mangouzos, a non-local, as the structural engineer of this edifice that was never actually used as a hospital, and which no sooner had the Turkish troops left Crete in 1898 than it accommodated the administrative authorities who moved from the palace of Prince George into this majestic Ottoman public building. Therefore, at the time of the Cretan state, what was formerly known as the hospital became the government house and the seat of the local court of law, as well as the first archaeological museum in Chania. To this day, the building that signaled the start of modern urban growth and helped the town communicate a European image, thanks to its position within the urban fabric and its neo-Renaissance architectural morphology, still serves as both dikiterio and tribunal. The Ottoman government house of Rethymno. It was erected between 1845 and 1847 during the Tanzimat period, when Nuri Pasha, the commander of the Turkish troops, who realized a government house was needed, commissioned Mehmed Zeki of Istanbul to be the architect of what would become the Ottoman administrative headquarters between 1847 to 1878, as well as an abode for Nuri Pasha and the infirmary of the Turkish administration. Not far from the government house, the Ottomans soon had imposing barracks built too. Both were on Vakif plots, spacious open expanses, endorsing broadly the spirit of neoclassicism to intentionally depict a modern European mentality. During the transition to the epoch of autonomy, the Ottoman Dikitirio served as the headquarters of the first formally established local administration, its use in essence remaining unchanged. When Prince George was appointed High Commissioner of Crete, 1898 to 1906, it became his temporary home. Between 1908 and 1994, it housed the prefecture of Rethymno, and until the beginning of 1980, it also housed the courts of Rethymno. As for the Turkish barracks, during the period of the Cretan state, in 1898, they accommodated Russian troops, and afterwards the 44th Regiment, before getting demolished in 1949 because of damages the Germans caused in 1941. Here we have the plans of the Ottoman Government House. Here the Ottoman Government House and the Ottoman Barracks. Kislaveks, the barracks in Heraklion, ample opportunity to witness the architectural expression of successive occupiers on the same terrain, literally, since the barracks still dominate and impact on the image of the city today. After the construction of new fortifications by the Venetians in 1565, it was decided that new barracks should be built in town. The building, which would start at the Voltone Gate and end at Piazza d'Armi or Cabo Marzio, was adjacent to one of the city's biggest open spaces. The Venetian barracks were destroyed in 1669 during the siege of Candia by the Turks. The Ottomans repaired and used them until 1586, when the building collapsed in an earthquake. The foundation stone for the new barracks, or Kisla in Turkish, was laid in 1883. The edifice, originally designed by Athanasios Moussis, an architect from Epirus, is still in place today, although it is being used for different purposes. It is worth noting that the Ottomans did not hesitate to immure the Venetian portal of the main gate of St. Francis Monastery, which Alexander V had donated to the Franciscan Friary Church in the main entrance of the new Kislades. At the time of the Cretan state, the barracks were home to the English troops and administration before eventually becoming the Heraklion High School. It is noteworthy that both the use and the architecture of this building withstood the test of time with resilience while transitioning from the Venetian to the Ottoman rule and then over to the Cretan state era. After the union with Greece in the year 1920, to be exact, the use of the premises changed to cater to the city's needs for a Dikitirio and its tribunals. The administrative headquarters in Neapolis Lasithi. The subject at hand is equally interesting with regard to Neapolis in Lasithi, where a charismatic leader, Kostis Adosidis Pasha, envisaged upgrading the town through a series of projects, primarily aiming for urban planning and development, and then focusing on architecture. Turkish architects were hired to do designs and studies in Istanbul, while foreign craftsmen for abroad including masons from the island of Carpathos, carpenters from Italy, and iron workers from Turkey, were involved in the construction process. Over a period of 3 years, between 1868 and 1871, Adosidis Pasha had an administrative center built at the most central location of Neapolis. The complex, which took up a sizable expanse of land with its elaborate French-style three-lined garden, house, the prison, the Seragaki, which was the home of Adosidis and a building for administrative purposes. Parallel to that, off-center, here we have the law court. Parallel to that, off-center at the town's point of entry, an imposing and oversized edifice was erected. It was the barracks, coupled with a spacious open-air military training facility, which was innovative at the time, as well as a military hospital that eventually never worked. Thus, Neapolis acquired, as the Ottoman rule was coming to an end, a European-style urban plan with infrastructure and major public buildings in the spirit of late neoclassicism. During the transition, at the time of the Cretan state, the courthouse was still in use. The prison got demolished and the Seragaki was abandoned until 1925, when it became the boys' orphanage. The Turkish barracks went up in flames in 1897 as the last uprisings were unfolding, and the Cretan state turned the military hospital into a high school. A way of conclusion. Against the backdrop of these first attempts at looking into the ways in which the transition from the one conqueror to the next was expressed by means of architecture and town planning and Crete, it is valid to suggest that walls and fortifications were the common thread every single time. The Venetians built fortifications, the Ottomans reinforced them or built more, while the demolition of the walls, both at the time of autonomous Cretan state and after the union of Crete with Greece, was a symbolic gesture of emancipation. The ways each conqueror chose to depict their presence in the urban fabric were quite versatile. Nonetheless, they always involved urban planning more than architecture per se. As far as urban planning is concerned, the Venetians built their new town centers around the piazza, the main square being a political and social hub. Next came the Ottomans, who, at the start of their respective occupation, shifted the base end of the urban space of the Venetian main square to the Mahala that radiated out from Mosque. The population, having skyrocketed inside the city walls, the Venetian style of street planning had to change, and so in the next phase of the Ottoman occupation, towns spread out outside the fortifications, new streets were paved, and iconic buildings were made. The Cretan state demolished the walls, either partially, as in Chania and Heraklion, or completely, as was the case with Hierapetra, allowing cities to grow beyond the confines of their fortifications, in essence picking up from where the last Ottoman period had left off. As far as architecture is concerned, the Venetians created major architectural constructions that became landmarks. Next to the cathedrals, they built what would typically serve the administration of the Venetian society, the loggia being the most characteristic example of all. The Ottomans built mosques in prominent locations to mark their presence and made mosques out of Christian churches by adding minarets, which, given their height, would turn into major landmarks all over the city, perceptually expressing the East. Additional elements went into existing buildings, the overwhelming majority there of being wooden attachments, including bay windows to communicate the spirit of the Orient. The Cretan state, in an effort to suppress Oriental characteristics, promulgated a law to have the aforementioned additions removed and make sure to restore the status of Christian churches, often destroying minarets in the process. What is most interesting, we have the demolishment of the minaret. What is most interesting, though, is the use of public buildings that the Ottomans had made and their overall approach to town planning in the second half of 19th century within the wider content of modernizing the empire, which we previously elaborated on. Transitioning from east to west is anything but obvious. The majestic public buildings the Turkish Ottoman state had erected is an effort to either demonstrate a tendency for modernity or to be diplomatic by following the neoclassical current, were deemed suitable to be headquarters of the Cretan state. Their forms as such reflect, through the image of Cretan towns and cities, the long-awaited union identifying with the West, although originally constructed to strengthen the urban presence of the East. The aforementioned, along with many other examples, such as building another floor on the top of the greater Senali of Chania, a project funded by Rauf Pasha to have a school in an edifice of basically Venetian morphology to benefit the Christian community, or the Venetian morphological details of the minaret ended to St. Nicholas Church overlooking the Splagia Square, indicate that the lines between East and West are blurry in Crete, and that any strict categorization based on Western or Oriental architectural and planning features for Cretan urban areas can be very complicated. The fact that scholarly architecture in each era went through late craftsmen and assimilation processes can certainly help interpret this perpetual pendulum-like motion, an oscillated movement of swinging back and forth between East and West, which no doubt makes the study of Cretan history, be it urban, architectural, or more general, extremely interesting. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Koutsaki, and for your analysis. Now we have only a few minutes for discussion. Someone for comment or question? Please, Professor Loukaki.
Thank you very much. I will be very brief. This has been an extremely interesting session also. So we are enjoying all these presentations, and they are really creating deposits of knowledge and wisdom. And I want to thank very much the speakers. I will not address personally the speakers, but I would just like to remember to recall Professor Penz's expression notion of architectural anthropology, and I think it's very relevant in regard to the papers that we heard today. It transpires very clearly that there have been intense and intensive strategizing processes around statehood and around identity. We have seen, I mean, it's not only these examples that we heard today, but I just, I recall and share with you the Pevsner's book, The Englishness of English Art, or Eleni Bacalau's belief that we have such strategies in American architecture, American art as well. I was impressed by Mr. Ido Dinat's
We have some
presentation.
problems with the microphone.
Can you hear me?
Go on. Yes, we can hear.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, this is really a very specific thing, but the building that he showed reminded me of Art Nouveau and Bruno Taut's proposals for Japan. So there is an interesting link there. Also, there was this museum with this linear development, which reminded me of the Archaeological Museum in Ioannina, dear Dr. Suerev. And last, I would like to mention that in regard to Athens, there have been a lot of accounts recently, alternative accounts, in regard to Athens being, I mean, Professor Leondidou, I know she was among our audience. She has developed this theory of the Mediterranean city, and also Guy Bourgel has spoken about the democratic pixelation, in quotation marks, of the Athenian environment, the urban environment. Therefore, a linear development according to Western models is just one outlook, and there are other narratives. So thank you very much again for your presentations. They are very stimulating and very valuable. Thank you.
Someone else comment? Also, I want to thank you, all speakers, and we can have a pause for a little. Thank you very much.
Please return a quarter to 2 for the next session. Hello. Can you open your microphones? Yes, you could try, please. Can you please tell me how should I pronounce your name? I'm not sure about the Spanish pronunciation. I cannot hear you. Not yet. No. Have you the unmute button on the bottom of the screen? Is it mute or unmute?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Sorry, because I was pressing it without any result. So, Chikoidze.
Yes, okay. I was asking the other speaker also.
Yes, no problem. I
I
understand.
was.
It
I
is not.
could. Can you
Good
try?
morning.
Hello. I think I can hear you now. Try again.
My voice is
Can
okay.
anybody hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing. I can hear you now. Can you?
Do you ask me?
No. No.
Okay.
Can you share your screen to check that everything is fine?
Can anybody hear me? No?
I can hear you, but I don't see anything.
Okay. I will try to share my screen now.
Okay.
Okay, can you see it?
Yes, that's fine. Can you tell me now how should I pronounce your name?
Yes, of course. It's Alejandro.
Alejandro Guillen.
Alejandro Sanz.
Sanz. Okay. I knew that I would make an error.
Don't worry.
Alejandro Sanz. Okay. And you, Professor Choidze?
Sorry?
Can you also share to make sure?
Okay.
That
Yes.
no
Just
problem.
give me a minute. Photos. So let me. Is it okay?
Yes, that's fine. Great.
But I cannot do this as a full screen. I don't know why.
Yes, you have to. Yes. Okay.
When Alejandro is speaking, should I stop it or I leave it as it is?
I think Alejandro is first.
Yes,
so
but
he will start.
No. I mean my PowerPoint. Is it okay to leave it open when Alejandro is speaking?
Yes, but you cannot share.
Okay.
You have to stop sharing now.
Yes. What I asked. Okay. Stop sharing. Okay. Stop sharing. Okay.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We have a few more minutes till 1:45, so everything is ready.
How are you keeping up?
No, it's okay. Hello. Κύριε Φραγκούλη, με ακούτε?
Ναι, παρακαλώ.
Okay, απλώς κάτι είδα για το recording της, αλλά βλέπω ότι γίνεται κανονικά.
Το κάνω παύση και κάνω τα διαλύματα για να...
Okay. I would like to welcome you to the 6th session of this conference entitled
Deda Antalya. Sorry.
Please mute yourself.
Okay. Sorry.
I welcome you to the 6th session of this conference entitled Eastern Architecture and Art in Western Interpretation. And I would like to invite now the first speaker of this session, Mr. Alejandro Sanz, to speak about sources for discovering Japanese architecture in 18th century Europe. Please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, I will share my screen now. And everybody see it? Is it okay? Yes? Well.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Kalispera. Good afternoon from Spain. First of all, before starting, I would like to thank the organization committee for accepting my communication proposal, which I hope you find interesting. My name is Alejandro Sanz Guillén, and I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Zaragoza in Spain, in the Department of Art History. My doctoral thesis focuses on the study of the construction of the image of Japan in Europe during the 17th and 18th centuries, using the illustrated books on Japan published during this period as the main source, analyzing the contents and the images. In the communication that I propose today, I wanted to focus on the texts published in Europe about Japan throughout the 18th century, analyzing what kind of information about Japanese architecture is included in these texts. In this way, we could know what kind of knowledge about Japanese architecture a European of 18th century have available. Briefly, I would like to make a short introduction on the history of the relations between Japan and Europe in order to better contextualize this work. Relations between both regions of the world began in 1543. In that year, a group of Portuguese merchants arrived for the first time in the archipelago, initiating direct relations between Japan and Europe. However, in the early 17th century, relations between Japan and the West were quickly deteriorated. The new rulers of Japan, the Tokugawa shoguns, perceived foreigners as a factor of instability in the country. For this reason, the Japanese authorities forbade the entry of Westerners to the archipelago in 1639. They only made an exception for the Dutch East India Company. From then, Dutch merchants would become the only Westerners allowed to enter Japan until the middle of the 19th century. Obviously, this event conditioned the information that were published in Europe about Japan. From this moment, all the new information about Japan that published in Europe moved through the gaze of the Dutch traders. Now we will focus on those books on Japan published in Europe during the 18th century, and we will analyze the two most important texts according to their influence and repercussion to study the comments on Japanese architecture made by these authors. The first of these texts that we are going to study today is the History of Japan, written by the German physician Engelbert Kempfer and first published in London in 1727. Kempfer, who lived in Japan for 2 years between 1690 and 1692 as a worker for the Dutch East India Company. During his stay, he spent most of his time in Nagasaki, where the Dutch factory was located. However, he also participated in 2 embassies to the Shogun's court in Edo, present-day Tokyo. Thanks to these embassies, Kempfer was able to visit various cities and learn more about the country. Upon his return to Europe, he published a first work titled Aemonitatum Exoticarum, in which he collected various observations on his travels through Asia. But his great manuscript on Japan was left unpublished when he died. This manuscript was bought by the British collector Hans Sloane, who commissioned the translation from the High German into English and published it in London for the first time. The History of Japan is a great illustrated work, which quickly became the reference book for any European interested in Far Eastern cultures, and was translated into French, Dutch, and German in several subsequent editions. The book includes information on Japanese religions, the government of the country, and various other information, but we are especially interested in the accounts of Kaempfer's journeys to Edo. During these embassies, Kaempfer collected a large amount of information about Japan, and it is this part of the book where we can find more comments on Japanese architecture. Thanks to Kaempfer's comments, description of different types of Japanese architecture can be appreciated. Kaempfer begins to describe the Japanese vernacular architecture known as Minka, literally house of the people. More specifically, these descriptions correspond to urban dwellings or machiya. In general terms, he described this construction as wood buildings, narrow but considerably deep, 1 or 2 stories high, and with a small pleasure garden. But furthermore, he identified the main elements of the wasitsu, or Japanese-style room. These elements are the tatami, with different allusions to mats covering the floor, the fusuma, vertical rectangular panels which can slide from side to side to redefine spaces within a room, and the soji, a door, window, or room divider used in traditional Japanese architecture, consisting of translucent seats on lattice frame. He said, the room is enclosed either with windows or folding screens and door, which move in double joints both above and below. The tokonoma, or toko, which is a sort of alcove or space in which items for artistic appreciation are displayed, it is one of the most characteristic spaces of the Japanese vernacular architecture. The tokonoma is described as follows. In the solid wall of the room, there is always a toko, as they call it, or sort of cupboard raised about a foot or more above the floor. It's being recounted the most honorable space. He also made allusions to the gardens. He said, the garden behind the house is also very curiously kept for travelers to divert themselves with walking therein and beholding the fine, beautiful flowers it is commonly adorned with. And also, Kaempfer didn't limit his description of Japanese houses to architectural elements and included notices about the decoration, which in general terms, he said that is poor, there are no furniture, and there are only a few objects decorating the rooms as pictures and pots with flowers. In addition to descriptions about Japanese houses, in his journeys to Edo, Kaempfer also viewed a lot of castles and palaces that are mentioned in the book. The more detailed description about this type of architecture is the description of Edo Castle. Kaempfer described Edo Castle as a big architectural ensemble integrated by several moats, stone walls, and towers. The most important, or at least the most visible part of the castle was the main tower of the Honmaru, the innermost part of the castle. It is described as follows. It is many stories high, adorned with roofs and other curious ornaments, which makes the whole castle look at a distance magnificent beyond expression, amazing the beholders, as do also the many others beautiful bended roofs. Finally, in terms of religious architecture, the book included descriptions of several temples he visited. The book also included several illustrations of these architectures, which are really interesting. We can see that these images are really accurate and precise, representing Japanese temples. If we go to Campus Archive in the British Library, we find a collection of 50 Meishoe watercolors or views of famous places of the country that he collected. If we compare them with the prints of the book, we can see how they are copied by the Western artists who illustrated the book. In this way, the reader could observe a very accurate view of Japanese temple, both Buddhist monasteries, like this temple of the Sanju Sanjendo in Kyoto, or a simple temple, like this image of the Yoshida Shrine in Kyoto. These are the best illustrations about Japanese architectures published in Europe before 19th century. Overall, we can see how Kaempfer's book offers very interesting descriptions of different facets of Japanese architecture from this period. The second book that I want to talk about more briefly is the work of the Swedish physician and botanist Carl Peter Thunberg. Like Kaempfer, Thunberg resided in Japan as worker for the Dutch East India Company. In his case, his stay was between 1775 and 1776, and he also visited the court of the Shogun in Edo. On his return to Europe, he published several works on Japan, mainly on Japanese flora, but we are especially interested of the book of his travels, Resa Uti Europa, Africa, and Asia, first published in Uppsala in 1788, and later translated into German, French, and English. This work offered to the European readers new information about Japan for the first time since the history of Japan. In his book, there is a chapter on Japanese architecture entitled The Style of Their Architecture. This chapter, Thunberg writes primarily about the main characteristics on Japanese vernacular architecture. We can summarize this chapter using his own words as follows. The houses in general are of wood, the walls are not very thick, the floor is always raised from the ground, the roofs are covered with tiles, the houses are generally 2 stories high, the floors are always covered with mats, every house has a small yard, and the furniture in this country is as simple as the style of building. Altogether, some basic characteristics of Japanese domestic architecture are appreciated, but much less developed and detailed than in Kaempfer's book. The rest of references on other architectures, such as palaces or temples, are scarce and brief. There are also no illustrations of Japanese architecture that help the reader visualize Japanese buildings. In conclusion, through these 2 works, we have verified how a reader from the 18th century Europe could have access to fairly reliable and accurate information on Japanese architecture. 100 years before the opening of Japan to the West and the birth of Japanese, information about Japan in Europe was available through these works. These books break the myth of Japan isolated and hidden. The description of vernacular architecture especially stand out. These descriptions emphasize some aspects such as the simplicity of forms, the absence of decoration, the use of poor materials like wood, the importance of the gardens, issues that will be very influential for many architects of the 20th century. However, these descriptions do not seem to have a great influence on the European architectural context. It must be understood that the 18th century During the 18th century, European fashion preferred ornate and exuberant forms, seeking in the East an idea of exotism far removed from the description of Japanese domestic architecture. European architects of this period are not interested in vernacular architecture. There is a greater interest in the description of exotic and luxurious decoration of other types of constructions, which in many cases are idealized, seeking an archetypal image of exotism, rather than the traditional values of Japanese architecture, which are already collected in the works of Kempfer and Tangma. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this fascinating presentation and for keeping the time. Thank you very much. I would like to invite now Professor Eckhard Koidze to speak about transforming Batumi into a Western city, Greek houses, in an industrial center of the 19th and early 20th century. Please.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, that's great.
After Spain, the Georgian capital is calling, and it's my turn to thank all organizers for including my paper in this conference. My paper is an unpublished part of research done within the framework of the project Black Sea Port Cities, which was led by the Ionian University a few years ago. And I also would like to thank the project head, Professor Jelena Harlapis, who gave this opportunity to me to deal with Batumi and the Greeks of Georgia. So, Georgian littoral town Batumi, situated on the eastern shore of the Black Sea, is tightly connected to the Greek world. Even its name comes from the Greek vathis, deep, because of its extremely deep and convenient harbor. Probably you can see this. Here is Batumi. Batumi, together with wider area of Ajara and other provinces of southern Georgia, was included in the Ottoman Empire in the 16th century. So probably you can see it was reunified to Georgia due to the victory of Russian Empire in the last Russo-Turkish War in 1878, which at that period, Georgia at that period, was a part of Russia. Greek population's migration to this district started in the early 19th century. Thus, when the town was reunified to Georgia, it has three main ethnic groups: Muslim Georgians, Orthodox Greeks, and the monophysite Armenians, who migrated as citizens of the Ottoman Empire, likewise the Greeks. This religious and ethnic diversity created a unique ground for Batumi's transformation to a colorful and very interesting city. During the Ottoman Empire's dominance, Batumi's port presented not comfortable gulf, and all travelers who visited Batumi, especially in the 19th century, described it in a very negative manner. The town did not have any industrial or trade activity. Here was only since the 1830s partly and 1860s, the Ottoman authorities dealt somehow with this port. From the very beginning of Batumi's existence within the Russian Empire, it became a place of paramount importance, given that Batumi did not have a competitor on the eastern shore of the Black Sea. Almost immediately, a special committee was created, which was charged to improve the conditions of navigation. The most important advantage of Batumi was its extremely convenient harbor. Its natural and particular depth ensured safe and easy anchorage of ships. Additionally to its location, Batumi opened ways to two important directions. So the remaining part of the Caucasus and so from here and to Persia. Another and Persia. By functionalizing the trade route of Batumi, Tiflis, from Batumi through Tiflis and then to Tabriz, the Russian authorities were ambitious to replace the Trabzon-Erzurum-Tabriz route. So the Russians wanted establishing this route from Batumi, Tiflis, Trabzon, if you can see, the route which was existed from Trabzon through Erzurum and to Tabriz. So Russia, so Russia turned Batumi into a commercial center of the Caucasus, having serious plans towards Iran and generally to Oriental markets. In addition to this, as a very convenient port, it became the only sea transporter of Baku oil, to which Batumi was connected via railway. Russian oil's gold period started in the 1870s when Nobel brothers, Robert Ludwig, not Albert, a petroleum production company, was established in Baku. By the turn of the century, Baku oil production represented half of the world's oil output and dominated international markets. Oil became a major source of income for the Russian government, and the development of the Caucasian oil industry directly affected Rockefeller Standard Oil's European monopolies. The main, here you see, this is old photo from general view of Batumi's port. The main factor of the development of Batumi seaport was oil from the beginning. The railway of Batumi was the main instrument for development of industry of the city. The network of Baku-Batumi opens up perspectives for Baku Petroleum to global markets. And the railway helped Batumi to become the chief Russian oil port in the Black Sea. So, and as a result, the city expanded to an extraordinary extent and the population increased very rapidly. Industry also was grown rapidly. Approximately 70–80% of factories were dealing either with package or with transportation of oil. From foreign entrepreneurs, a representative, here is Baku, and it was connected via railway to Batumi, and it was the main way to transport Baku's oil to European markets. So from foreign, and here you can see passenger train, and also the old station of railway in the center of Batumi, and the general view. From the foreign entrepreneurs, a representative of the French branch of Rothschild family, Alfonso, was the first who established in Batumi. He acquired in 1886 the Benito company, which was the first oil factory in Batumi. Benito is its abbreviation in Russian. When Rothschild acquired this factory, it was renamed as Caspian and Black Sea Oil Company, but it kept the previous abbreviator Russian name Benito. So the second one were the Nobel brothers, who established in Batumi as well. Here you can see after Ludwig, his son was the head of the company. And the third giant, oil giant, was the local businessman, Mantashev, who also was a great philanthropist. Besides them, there were 5 smaller factories, and among smaller businessmen, we have only one Greek named Sideridis, who established his factory in 1885, which was dealing with oil tanks construction. We know that in 1905, Sideridis factory employed more than 300 workers. from whom more than 100 were the Greeks. As a result, at the end of the 19th century, Batumi served as one of the most important industrial centers of the whole Russian empire. Its Greek population was actively involved in all those processes. Consequently, some of them became very rich with their own business activities. It was natural that their houses can be regarded as an element of their high social status. Up to now, there is a great number of houses or other properties, for example, hotels, which used to have Greek owners or to be constructed by Greek engineers. Now I should stop it and I'll move to my photos.
You have stopped presenting. Please press the share button again.
Yes, I think I stopped it. What do you see now?
No, don't see your presentation yet.
Yet, okay.
Now it's okay, it's starting. Just a moment. Haven't seen it yet. There is a black screen.
Photos.
Okay. Now I see.
Okay. Church, Greek church.
Yes.
Can you see? Okay, okay. So the first building, which should be mentioned in conjunction with the Greek element of Batumi, is its Greek church, which was built during the Ottoman dominance, and its building was finished in 1870. It was the first non-Muslim religious building which appeared in Batumi. The Greek Ephremidis gave the land for free, his own property. So St. Nicholas, as I said, and Ephremidis was, this is the church by night, and Ephremidis was buried in the yard of the church because he was like Titor and very respected person among the Greeks of Batumi. Another person, another Greek who was buried in the church, in the Greek church of Batumi, was, the inscription is not very visible now, was Dr. Triandafilidis. About him I'll speak later. In Batumi, they have streets which bear the names of ethnic groups. For example, it used to have Armenian Street, in Russian Armянская улица, in Georgian Somkhis Kucha, and also Greek Street, Греческая улица. It is clear that they were named because on those streets and nearby there was a great number of families of each ethnic group. The Greek church was built at the beginning of the Greek street, and today, besides the church, there are the following houses which had Greek owners. So the first one is this house, which belonged to Lazar Biniat Ogli. It had 3 floors and 14 rooms, and Biniat Ogli was the most successful tobacco dealer with his own tobacco manufacture and shops. On Greek Street number 70, and this is advertisement of Biniat Ogli tobacco. On the number 70, this house belonged to someone, Paraskevopoulos or Paraskevopoulou, it is unclear. On the same street, Grecheskaya 74, It used to be a hotel named Severny Polus, North Polus, and its owner was named Ekaterini Mavropoulou. It had 2 floors and 17 rooms, and the first floor was rented for pharmacy. And it is interesting that the pharmacist also had a Greek name, Dimitri Kandelaki. Kandelaki is the most popular Georgianized Greek name, which is still very, very popular. Property of Kongalidis was built, and this is another part of this hotel, and it looks like this even today. Property of Kongalidis was built in 1884 as 1-floor building, and in 1903 was approved to be added the 2nd floor. The 1st floor was used as a cafe and shop. In the Soviet time, it was completely nationalized and housed a music school. And this is definitely the most impressive and luxurious villa by Dr. Timoleon Triantafylidis, one of the most important Greeks of Batumi, who is buried in the yard of the church, son of the well-known Pontian teacher Periklis Triantafylidis. Timoleon Triantafylidis' contribution in Batumi's development is immense, and he spent much time and energy to substantiate that Batumi and its vicinities have unique climate, and it is a perfect place to be regarded as a healing resort. He settled, Triantafylidis settled in Batumi in 1887 and served also as a municipality elected councillor several times. He was also a great philanthropist. His house was built at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. And it is regarded, as I mentioned, even now, one of the most impressive villas of that period. In the Soviet era, it was nationalized, and after a great struggle, his wife managed to take only a few rooms. And at the end of my presentation, I would like to present my favorite house. It belonged to doctor named Diomidis Charitidis, and it has also this memorial desk, which mentions that Dr. Charitidis was born here in this house in 1913, and he died in this house in 1983. So, to sum up, Batumi in a few decades became a cosmopolitan city with European charm and Oriental spirit. Its main source of income was oil transportation. The Greeks of Batumi were very active members of the society. They participate in all fields of its public and cultural life. They had their own factories, businesses, church, school, newspapers. Their high social status was reflected on their houses as well. A great number of them are still survived and still adorn the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Tskoidze, for your presentation. It was fascinating to see a less known aspect of the Greeks in the Black Sea. The floor is open now for remarks or questions, please. Professor Loukaki.
Thank you, Dr. Morelatos, and thanks our 2 speakers for their very interesting presentations. I think that they both show the relativity and flexibility of terms, but I would like to focus a bit on Japan. I would like to, listening to the presentation, it just occurred to me that it's not just books that make an architectural model appealing, I think. For instance, Japanese architecture was presented in the American public as initially in books as well as non-architecture, as an architecture of huts. It is because of the absolutism in Europe that, I mean, that was one of the reasons that we have all these small follies used in gardens, the pagodas and so on, the chinoiserie that I'm sure you are well aware of. So it's important to remember that there was a certain political regime in Europe that was favoring the Baroque and not the linearity and early modernism, modernism avant la lettre of the Japanese. It is worth a while remembering that the Japanese were forced by violence to open their ports. Commodore Perry, the American Commodore, he steamed into Yokohama with 4 warships in 1854, forcing actually Japan, the Treaty of Peace and, with the US. So they were obliged to open to economic and cultural exchanges. Following this, they were thereafter portrayed in rose-tinted colors that changed around the Second World War, and it was repeated thereafter. And so we see all these shifts around fashion and architectural fashion in particular. And I would say that it was modernism was relevant to industrialization, mass production, all the social revolutions that brought down absolutism and changed the European atmosphere. And thereafter, the Japanese linearity and frugality appeared extremely modern and relevant. Thank you.
Mr. Sands, would you like to make a remark?
Ευχαριστώ.
Παρακαλώ.
Very much, Professor Lucati. Yes. I agree with all that you said. The point of my presentation was that before that opening of the country because of the American army in the middle of the 19th century, European public, European readers, European audience in general was available to have information about Japanese architecture. And this is one of the points that I want to focus is because I think that this breaks the myth of the isolated Japan that only after the middle of the 19th century was open to the European audience. I mean, was through the Dutch East India Company, the US worker, and thanks to the books like a sort of media for a big audience, and the prints as well for this ability to be reproduced as a great media for share this kind of information about Japan before this middle of the 19th century, this opening of the country, this phenomenon of the Japanese in the European modernity, and of course before this influence in 20th century architects like Van Lloyd Wright, Brandon Toot, and this kind of architects. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sands. Is there Dr. Hodzakoglu has a question? Please. We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you yet. You can.
Can you
chat.
write it down?
Yes. Perhaps another remark or question, Dr. Elifregis.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you both for two wonderful presentations. I have a question for our second speaker, Professor Eckhard Heuge, which could also be directed to Professor Kolonas as well. The question is, you showed us two examples that have been recently refurbished or fairly recently refurbished, and I wonder whether this reflects an awareness in the local community that these buildings represent a special part of the local architectural tradition. Thank you.
Yes, I was a member of this project, which I mentioned and Professor Kolonas also was the member of the same project. So could you repeat, because I could not, your question, please?
Yes, sorry. There were at least two examples of buildings that were recently renovated.
Mm-hmm.
Does this reflect that the local community shows awareness about the value, the special
Yes.
value of these buildings? Thanks.
Yes, of course. All houses I showed to you have special status, which is which means that they are protected by the local authorities. Yes, so they were renovated very carefully, and they are regarded as the most important part of the architecture which is survived up to now.
Thank you. Professor Kolonas, do you want to make a remark? And Dr. Kojakoglou has written his question. Professor Skolze again.
Thank you.
Please, Professor Kolonas.
Thank you for the nice talks given by my colleagues. Yes, I have collaborated with Jelena Harlaftis and Eka and a lot of other colleagues in the Black Sea project. Unfortunately, we haven't finished yet the volume concerning the architecture and the urbanism of this area, because I wanted to do a comparison between the Russian bank and the ex-Ottoman Empire's bank. But I hope that we will go back again and to finish our research concerning the comparison between the two banks. As for the port side, I was hesitating to share with you the last picture of my presentation, but I will show it now to you, just to show that it was a big initiative of our project there. And it was the first time that the local element took all this, took advantage of our research and decided to protest against the policies concerning preservation in Egypt. And after our project, I'm proud to say that around 500 buildings have been listed in the three cities of the canal. So it was necessary for us to show the local people how important was their heritage in a wider context, international context. And it has nothing to do with Greek ownerships or other ownerships. It was just the local heritage for the local people. That's why we have to go back again to Egypt to continue our research, not only in the three cities of the canal, but also in bigger cities like Alexandria and Cairo, to show that the Greeks of Egypt is not only Alexander the Great and Cavafy, but a lot of other people. So I invite you all, if you want to collaborate in a future project concerning the Greeks of Egypt and their architectural activity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kolonas. There is a question from Dr. Hojakoglu. Do you have any information on the architects who worked for the buildings of these houses, since she also noticed Greek architectural elements on their facade?
Yes, there is only one person, but right now I cannot recall his name. I'll find it and I'll write it down. If you would like, you can send me an email and I'll write to you exactly his name, because we know one Greek engineer who worked in Batumi.
Yes, you mentioned it. Thank you very much, all. Is there any other question or a remark? If not, invite you to come to return at 3 o'clock for the concluding session. Thank you very much, all.
Yes, we would warmly and gladly invite all speakers to be present. There will be a first round around the table, the round table anyway, and speakers and the public are invited to offer their remarks, their thoughts, their responses, all that. So we will see you in half an hour very happily. Thank you. Διονύση, τι κάνεις? Δημήτρη, έχεις ανοίξει τον ήχο?
Ναι, νομίζω ναι.
Με ακούς, έτσι?
Ναι, ναι, εγώ σε ακούω, ναι.
Ωραία, μια χαρά.
Στάσου μάλλον να γυρίσω λίγο στο πρόγραμμα. Οπότε, όποτε μου πεις, θα ξεκινήσω.
3.
Δώσουμε 2-3
3.
λεπτά, ναι.
3 η ώρα να ξεκινήσουμε, ναι.
Ναι, ναι.
Απλώς πες, σε παρακαλώ, ότι αυτό και αυτό, ότι
Ναι.
θα διευθύνσει τη συζήτηση. Ναι.
Ναι, ναι.
Και στο τέλος θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσουμε το Πανεπιστήμιο και τα λοιπά, τα τυπικά.
Ναι, ναι, καλά. Σκεφτόμουν να πω εγώ κάτι στην αρχή, αλλά βέβαια θα το πεις και εσύ στο τέλος.
Ναι, αυτό ακριβώς, ναι. Ναι. Πες ό,τι θέλεις.
Θα πω για τη Μελιτζάνα.
Τζένι, τι κάνεις? Δεν σε ακούμε.
Ναι. Εντάξει, τώρα με ακούτε. Νομίζω ότι ήταν πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα η σημερινή συνάντηση,
Ναι.
το σημερινό κομμάτι. Και...
Ήταν όλες οι μέρες, ήτανε.
Ναι, βέβαια. Και εντάξει, νομίζω ότι είναι θετική η αποτίμηση. Και κρίμα όντως που δεν μπορούμε να πάμε να την ευχαριστηθούμε.
Να την ευχαριστηθούμε σε ένα ταβερνίο. Ας τα κομμάτια. Να εκτονωθούμε λίγο. Κυρία Χρυσοχού. Δεν με άκουσε.
Νομίζω ότι αποσυνδέθηκε κάπως.
Ναι, ναι.
Είμαστε συνδεδεμένοι στο YouTube.
Τι γίνεται με την κίνηση στο
Είμαστε,
YouTube,
ναι.
παιδιά?
Ωραία, οκ.
Διονύση, ξέρεις τι γίνεται στο... Meeting recording has resumed, so...
Ωραία. Οπότε αρχίζω, έτσι.
Αρχίσει, δηλαδή.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this final session, the closing session of our conference, Space, Art and Architecture Between East and West, the Revolutionary Spirit. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank all the presenters, all the panelists, and everybody in the audience for their input these 3 last days. Also, I would like to thank the university, the Hellenic Open University, for the assistance it gave us, and the valuable help of the personnel who manned the platform. It was a very interesting 3 days, at least for me. It gave us a sense of anticipation for this post-pandemic world we keep being promised this last year. There was a lot of discussion, obviously, about East and West, and about a way to perhaps transcend this divide into the future in a post-quarantine world that will, however, retain, I suppose, Zoom culture in its baggage for some time to come. So I would like to invite Professor Argyro-Lukaki, who had the idea for this conference in the first place and was the president of the organizing committee, to offer us her closing remarks as a closing argument of sorts. So, Professor Lukaki, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Plantos, dear Dimitris. First, let me also begin by saying that this was an unprecedented success. I'm extremely happy with this conference in terms both of the quality of the papers, which were interdisciplinary, and the enthusiasm of the speakers, but also the size of the audience. We had hundreds of people attending and who will attend in future, because the video will be available for downloading. And I think that all this indicates and reflects really the overwhelming need for creativity and intellectual communication, if you want camaraderie also, even under dire circumstances such as the present that we are experiencing. What is also interesting is that space and its importance is realized in research after decades, I must say. Processes related to the arts and to planning in space, local and global, are extremely important, or so it seems. This period offers itself for introspection and reevaluation. So is there East and West today, or even today? On my part, I would say, I would answer with a resounding yes, and this independently of geographical coordinates, as I think became crystal clear through the presentations. In fact, ever since the Western colonization and imperialism in the 16th century, whereby various European nations explored, conquered, settled in, and exploited large areas, large chunks of the world, the geographical process of defining and redefining who belongs where has never ceased. There have been ongoing clashes over geopolitical orientation, even in the heart of Europe, as we saw yesterday, particularly. And the rhetoric of the official recent inclusion of the art of ex-Eastern European countries into the arms of mainstream artistic expression that was presented in the conference is indicative. And see the present, yesterday's and today's tensions, I mean literally yesterday's tensions between America and Russia and America and China. On the other hand, processes of composition, of osmosis, it's the word that my friend Dionysis Mourelatos used this morning, of mutual fertilization, of circulation of ideas, production of cultural mergers. We saw that very clearly. Compositions or hybrids, if you like, has been incessant. We saw that in terms of material culture, like for instance, the circulation of icons or ceramics. Artists, older artists, and like El Greco, and artists of 19th and 20th century modernism, and of the 21st, as we heard and saw yesterday. But I will mention again Gauguin, Matisse, or Tsarouchis, and art movements like Cubism, or the post-Byzantine Creto-Venetian rapprochement resulted as the outcome of such processes where talent was involved, obviously, but also cultural give and take. Some kinds of convergences were peaceful. Professor Chryssochou presented her case. Or, you know, processes to do with music and commerce. But other such commerce convergences, and speaking in geographical terms, I will sort of distinguish here Cyprus and Crete, have often taken a lot of pain, struggles, and sacrifice, collective and personal. Still, the Cretan revolts again against the Serenissima, the Republic of Venice. I have tried to articulate it elsewhere, but this conference has vindicated even more that the aesthetic and creative domain in Europe can and does synthesize major issues, not least social, political, and geostrategic. Therefore, these areas are not simply epiphenomena, as Marxist theory has long seen them, but deserve new theoretical approaches as important expressions of the collective and the personal, namely either as harbingers or as reflections of the political, geostrategic, and the social sphere, including their personal agendas and personal areas. An important theme throughout has been the gaze, as we saw and heard. The visual regime, if you like, either the Byzantine or Surrealist mutual gaze, the cinema gaze, the tourist gaze. We heard accounts on that one. The Greek gaze, the Japanese, or that of the Renaissance, or the Chinese for that matter. Western vision has meant power and ordering the world and of the world in a certain manner, and I think that became very clear. Locally, if you take neoclassicism, which has been foundational to the Greek space, which has led to the vanishing, has really led to this vanishing point perspective, as we heard yesterday, Professor Pence call it. This kind of perspective reading of the world in parallel time led to the modern Haussmanns, the Haussmannian Parisian boulevards and revolutions in art like Impressionism. The gaze is not a pure and mere mathematical exercise, as the Renaissance had us believe, but is conditioned by mental, psychological, and cultural parameters, also by biological aspects, as Barbara Maria Stafford, the art historian, insists. We have seen fascinating examples of how the two visual regimes, the Renaissance and the other, namely that of the rest of the world actually, have been created or nurtured in both conscious and unconscious manner to foster geographical divides. All this becomes extremely important because of the efforts of China now for a new hegemonic global role, which I mentioned already in my presentation, in my introduction. Also, we saw the quest for authentic expression, the angst and guilt of the Western subject when it is deprived of the Eastern, the other, if you like, aspect of itself, which has both incited psychoanalysis, and the names of Freud and Lacan were brought up during the conference, and theoretical accounts on the Western aridity and isolation by figures like Georg Lukács. The case of Lukács is important because it indicates the need for Greek classicism in particular as a source from which the West draws creative inspiration, redemption, balance, and even justification. We saw also very clearly how the issue of formation and reformation of identity is a fluid process, and it has been relevant throughout. Greece celebrates this year the 200th anniversary from the struggle that led to its establishment as modern country. It was persuasively, I think, argued that the Greek struggle contributed to the furthering and strengthening of global struggle against despotism and tyranny. Greece has always exemplified the area of reason, high intellectual accomplishments, human freedom, and dignity. Greek thought has tried, for instance, through tragedy, to explore and contain the violent, destructive aspects of which humans are capable. The cultivation of this luminous prospect has been a major promise and contribution to the Global Cultural Fund. It has been important in the past, and it remains very relevant today in the present world. The attractiveness of Greek myth, the ancient ruins as sublime and divine, I think that was clearly shown. It was clear in accounts of the Grand Tour of people like Lord Byron and visits to a recently freed country, which was seen partly through an Orientalist gaze. Greece has experienced internal Western Orientalism. The country still exemplifies this in-betweenness, this position between reason and humanness, the feel for and dignity of the human. The deep democratic form of governing that was pursued since the 8th century BC, namely the role and importance of small-scale localities, contributed to this, certainly. I think that the gaze divide we discuss so much boils down accordingly. The conference also highlighted the importance of the intelligentsia in articulating and posing things, having the needs and desires of local people or the grassroots in mind, since they often become invisible. And yeah, more or less, these were my thoughts. As scholars, I believe we can contribute towards transcending boundaries and the creation of new prospects. I would really like to thank you all very much for your presence here, for sharing your wonderful papers with us in this difficult moment in European and world history. And my warmest thanks go to my friends, the dedicated and wonderful organizing committee, Professor Dimitris Planchos, Dr. Konstantinos Suerev, Dr. Jenny Albani, Dr. Stavros Alifragis, and Dr. Dionysis Morelatos. As I said, this is the 4th event that we are organizing together, and I thank them from the bottom of my heart. I also want to thank the academic committee of this conference, including, besides the aforementioned, Professor Francois Pens, Professor Melita Emanuil, Professor Georgios Panetsos, and Professor Konstantinos Moraitis. And of course, I would like to thank very, very much the heads of this university, the administration personnel, and our technicians. Thank you very much. And I very much hope that we will all stay well and meet again in 2 years' time.
Thank you, Professor Lukaki, for your closing statements. I would like to invite, before inviting the other members of the committee for a statement, perhaps, I would like to invite members of the conference, other conferees who are here at this time, if they want to add something to the discussion or to pose a question or make a statement themselves, you can use the raise hand function from down below, or you can sort of alert me to. Okay, I don't. If there are no more statements from the conferees, perhaps the members of the committee. Zeni Albani.
Thank you. I would also like to thank you for the harmonic collaboration, and also to thank all the speakers for their interesting contribution to this conference. For me, it was very interesting to see and become acquainted with all this material today. Icons, pottery, religious monuments, public buildings, mansions from different coexisting cultures. Regarding our central topic, the revolutionary spirit, I think that although some of these representatives of material culture emerged in periods of political conflicts and tensions, they rather provide evidence of transformation and transition than of radical changes. Thus, regarding our region, the Eastern Mediterranean, I would like to remind you of what the Byzantines used to say. Θάλασσα ενώνει μάλλον η τέμνη, which means the sea rather unifies than separates. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Albani. Stavros Elefthagis has raised his hand, his digital hand, as it were.
Thank you very much for thank you all for your presentations today. Just a brief comment, more in the direction of continuing some unfinished issues that were raised earlier today. Of course, every conference is a journey, an experience full of beautiful and well, less beautiful, a bit stressful moments. I think we enjoyed a lot our conference this year. Of course, hosting a digital event drained quite a lot of the life and energy that we usually have in our meetings. Having said that, it's important to note that this event has already an important afterlife. Many views in the YouTube channel, more than 500 for yesterday's sessions. I'm sure today's sessions will have even more. So that's a small compensation for the lack of establishing our community in the physical spaces of Athens and the Acropolis Museum, which was initially to host this event. I think for me, who is part of this wonderful group working together for the conference, it's important that each event has a fine balance between history and theory, the way at least I understand history and theory. And I think throughout this conference, it was obvious that we were balancing quite eloquently between history of art and architecture and theory of art and architecture, with often being the case of challenging notions drawn from philosophy and other fields as well. I will use one example. I won't take too much of your time. I will just use one example from today's events, session 5 on modern architectural identities, which I think illustrates very well what I'm trying to say. Session 5, I think, was maybe difficult to categorize as a session, but in the end, what comes out as a strong narrative is this connection between the history of architecture, architectural historical styles, and the construction of identities. And I'm not talking about identities in time, with the passing of time. I'm talking about simultaneous identities that are different to pinpoint, national, local, or even less easy to define, especially when it comes to empires. So with the opening paper by Ersi Filippopoulou, we saw how for Athens, the new capital of modern Greece, the construction of this identity was never really challenged, and the neoclassicism was probably the obvious choice from the very beginning. But as the session evolved, and we had the contributions by Nikolaos Patsavos, Vasilis Kolonas, Ido Ginat, and finally Amalia Kotsaki, we saw how difficult these identities were to build, especially with the fluidity of the times. Colonialism and the empires set interesting background against which this discussion about building identity through architecture was examined. And of course, very relevant to that is the notion of cultural transfer. Again, not only from the center to the periphery, but from different peripheries from one another. And I think that was quite obvious in Vasilis Kolonas' presentation, where with the bungalow traveling from India to, in a way, Egypt. Finally, I think that what was also very interesting and came out very strongly in this session, but from the conference in general, I'm just using this session as a paradigmatic case, is the rhetorical aspect of art and architecture, and how the the image of architecture evokes specific meanings. And I think that was very strongly pointed out by Ido Ginat in his presentation, excellent presentation on creating and producing and proliferating national identity through architecture. So for these, not only for these reasons, I'm extremely proud to have been part of this conference, and hopefully we'll see more things coming out from this in the future. Many thanks to all.
Thank you, Stavro. Dr. Mourelatos has also raised his hand.
Dr. Zverev has asked
okay.
the floor for me.
I thought he was waving. Okay. Dr. Zverev, yes, thank you.
I want to thank you very much, all speakers, but you, all colleagues of the organization committee, for the collaboration and for this opportunity to hear many things about the theme. The questions, I think, after the papers consist the base to reconsiderate the use of the terms East, West, revolution, and revolution spirit, and the meanings under the multitude of gazes of our time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Costa. And now, Dionysius.
Thank you. I wanted to close with the same remark, but I realized how relative the terms East and West are. If we focus on the last session, Japan is East for Europe, but Greece is West for Georgia. Hopefully we'll meet again. I really enjoyed the conference, even as a digital event. You'll know that I always prefer human contact. So hopefully in 2 years, we'll meet again in an amphitheater in Athens. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dionysis. I think it's time to call it a day. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the speakers, all the contributors, everybody in the audience, everybody in the committee, and everybody in the technical support team. So keep safe, as we keep saying more than 12 months now, and see you soon.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank-
presence,
Thank
which
you
has
very
been
much.
valuable. Thank you.
Thank
Stay
you.
safe,
Thank
as
you.
Dimitri says,
Thank
and see you later. See
Yes.
you.
See you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.